Sorry, I've been kind of obsessed with the Toho soundtrack really recently. I mean like the Toho soundtrack is honestly one of the best soundtracks for video games ever. So I get obsessed with it pretty periodically. Now I'm in a obsessive state, I guess. Okay, hold on. All right. Okay, I'm sorry that. Okay, first of all, I'm sorry that I'm late. I'm a bit late because I was basically setting up my the stream, but also like the because like remember last time when I said that I was having all of these problems with my laptop and whatnot, so I got it fixed. But the problem is that uh now it's in a state where like I the set it because remember how I said that like pretty much all my data got wiped, so the settings are gone. So I had to remake the settings and stuff. So I think it should be fine now, but if the volumes are weird or if anything's not working, just like tell me because I need to know well, so that if somebody decides to watch the stream later, it's not gonna all be sort of like unlistenable. But yeah. So I guess this is kind of like a weird sort of like soft follow up to the video to the last video essay, which is it's kind of weird. But basically, what I'm going to do is read the entirety of really classic. Oh, hold on, sorry, I'm still kind of like messing with certain like of the certain parameters here. So yeah, it's a classic of what you it. It's a classic of sort of like revolutionary literature, I guess. Written in 1899, I think. I haven't read it before, which is probably not good because I am actually a fan of Rosa Luxembourg. So it's weird that I haven't read it, but I guess I'm going to read it for the first time now. So I don't know if I'm going to like agree with everything in this essay or not, but I guess we'll see. While I'm reading, I guess, especially if anyone makes a comment, we can sort of discuss anything that comes up or anything that anyone finds interesting or things that thinks is sort of a good point to bring up. Excuse me. Or a good point to sort of like discuss, I guess. Uh, but I think for like the most part, I'm just gonna be reading it in the event that because I'm gonna stop reading at around 5:30. After which maybe I'm gonna take a bit of a break to eat and whatnot. I'll probably leave something on in the meantime, just as like to keep people entertained. I don't know if there's anything interesting in this going on. I might put on the Trump Axios interview just because I find it a really funny meme, but I mean, like, I probably just look at the news and then just put on some random show. I don't know. Maybe I'll even fucking put on C-SPAN. I don't know. And then after, I'll do the Crusader Kings 2 playthrough, which is I'm gonna pretty much be starting the last playthrough. So in the event that I don't finish the whole thing by 5:30 or whatnot, then this will probably just go into another stream and I'll finish the rest there. So yeah, am I wearing pants? No. Let's get into it. Okay. Wait one sec. It really sucks though because I know that a lot of people were waiting on the the other sort of like stream that I had set up before I had it go for like 11 seconds and then quit that stream because I didn't think it was actually playing on my YouTube channel. So I hope like the people from over there actually sort of come over and start commenting so I actually know you're here. So if you're here, you were on the other stream, just like tell me. It'd be great. But yeah. So yeah, I'll just start reading. One sec. Okay. By the way, I don't know if I'm that good at reading because like I stutter a lot. I have like weird speech impediments, but I don't know. We'll try. Okay, so this is the start. Once again, written in 1899. If there's anything I know about the historical context, I'll bring it up. I know that the Kaiser, or the king of Germany and whatever, would have been running Germany at around this time, should have been writing this. I don't know if Bismarck was chancellor. Let me look that up. Otto von Bismarck. Well, this was written in 1899, so he died in 1898, so probably not. And either way, it was until 1890, so. Okay. At first view, the title of this work may be found surprising. Can social democracy be against reforms? Can we counterpose social revolution, the transformation of the existing order, our final goal, to social reforms? Certainly not. The daily struggle for reforms, for the amelioration of the condition of the workers within the framework of the existing social order, and for democratic institutions, is for social democracy. Indissolubly tied to its final goal. The struggle for reforms is its means. The social revolution, its goal. Hold on, let me just make it so that I can actually see my chat while I'm actually reading this, because I don't have the thing to always be on top. Okay, now it's always on top. I can actually see it. Okay. Been thinking of reforming myself lately. Maybe we all need reformation. I don't know. Oh, now I can't. Hold on. I just have to. Okay, there we go. It is in Edward Bernstein's theory, presented in his articles on the problems of socialism in Neuzeit of 1987-8, and in his book. Oh wow. Okay, I'm gonna try this. And in his book, Die Voraussetzungen, die Voraussetzungen des Sozialismus und die Aufgaben der Sozialdemokratie. Okay. I'm gonna hope I did that one right. That we find for the first time the opposition of the two factors of the labor movement. By the way, I'm not gonna be reading these like fucking footnotes, because fuck that shit. That we find for the first time the opposition of the two factors of the labor movement. His theory tends to counsel us to renounce social transformation, the final goal of social democracy, and inversely, to make of social reforms the means of class struggle its end. Bernstein himself has very clearly and characteristically formulated this viewpoint when he wrote, "The final goal, no matter what it is nothing. The movement is everything." But since the final goal of socialism constitutes the only decisive factor distinguishing the social democratic movement from bourgeois democracy and from bourgeois radicalism, the only factor transforming the entire labor movement from a vain effort to repair the capitalist order into a class struggle against this order, for the suppression of this order, the question, reform or revolution, as it is posed by Bernstein, is for social democracy equal to the question, to be or not to be. In the controversy with Bernstein and his followers, everybody in the party ought to understand clearly it is not a question of this or that method of struggle, or the use of this or that set of tactics, but of the very existence of the social democratic movements. The opportunist method. If it is true that theories are the only images of the phenomena of the exterior world in human consciousness, it must be added concerning Edward Bernstein's system that theories are sometimes inverted images. Think of a theory of instituting socialism by means of social reforms in the face of the complete stagnation of the reform movement in Germany. Think of a theory of trade union control. Consider the theory of winning a majority in parliament. By the way, hi, everyday progressive. By the way, guys, remember, if the volumes and stuff are not good, tell me. By the way, should I put on like classical music or some other kind of like relaxing music, or do you guys not want that? Tell me. Or don't tell me. I don't know. I mean, if you don't tell me, I'm just not gonna do it. But like, if you do, then tell me. Volume seems good. Okay, thanks. Where is that? Oh, where is I? Think of a theory of trade union control. Consider the theory of winning a majority in Parliament after the revision of the Constitution of Saxony and in view of the most recent attempts against universal suffrage. However, the pivotal point of Bernstein's system is not located in his conception of the practical tasks of social democracy. It is found in a stand on the course of the objective development of capitalist society, which in turn is closely bound to his conception of the practical tasks of social democracy. According to Bernstein, a general decline of capitalism seems to be increasingly improbable. Well, he wasn't wrong. Because on one hand, capitalism shows a greater capacity of adaptation, and on the other hand, capitalist production becomes more and more varied. The capacity of capitalism to adapt. By the way, she keeps mentioning this Bernstein person. I have no idea who this is, so I'm gonna look it up. Not Leonard Bernstein. What's this guy's first name? Edward Bernstein. Please don't want. Oh, you mean the music? Okay. Bernstein. Edward Bernstein. Okay, so he's sought them. He knew or held close association, whatever that means, to Karl Marx and Friedrich, someone. Oh, Engels, probably. Whatever. Okay. But, like, if he's sought them, and he's saying a general decline of capitalism seems to be increasingly improbable, shouldn't that be more for... I don't know what Luxembourg's going to say, but I feel like that should be more for Luxembourg's favor, because if you're saying it's improbable, and social democracy is basically reforming under capitalism, then isn't what you're doing kind of solidifying capitalism? I don't know. Spice 8 Rack. Hi, Spice 8 Rack. I wish I like played Magic or any card games, so I'd actually know what the fuck your channel is about. Cause every time I go on your channel, you have like 100,000 subscribers or some shit like that, and I go on your channel, and I'm like, what the fuck are any of these videos supposed to mean? Cause I don't know anything about Magic or card games or whatever. So like, I'm just confused by all of your videos. But hey, what's up? If I did play any card games, I'd probably subscribe. That was meant to be an exclamation point? What was meant to be an exclamation point? I don't know. Oh, the one was supposed to be an exclamation point. Okay. Okay. Where was I? According to... Oh, right. I did that. Okay. The capacity of capitalism to adapt itself, says Bernstein, is manifested first in the disappearance of general crises, resulting from the development of the credit system, employers' organizations, wider means of communication, and informational services. It shows itself secondly in the tenacity of the middle classes, which hails from the growing differentiation of branches of production and the election of vast layers of the proletariat to the level of middle class. well, this was in 1899, so I don't know what the economy of Germany was like then, but I mean, certainly the raising of vast layers of the proletariat to the level of middle class is like it. I think like clearly the opposite is happening now. The middle class is actually shrinking. More and more people are either becoming quite poor or quite rich. And the funny thing is that, once again, I think this was written in 1899, and this would have been right around the time of the Gilded Age in America. So it would be weird. I mean, like, it wouldn't be that weird, but because there are other historical processes going on. But it would be a funny observation because the Gilded Age, as I went into and discussed in my last video essay, by the way, check it out, neoliberalism to neofeudalism. Neoliberalism basically right now is copying the neoclassical economic models from the Gilded Age and around this time that Luxembourg was writing. And this was a time of massive wealth inequality, but I don't know if it was the same in Germany. I'm not very familiar with like the period of like Bismarckian like Kaiser fucking Germany. I don't know. Was that the First Reich? I'm pretty sure that was like the First Reich. I don't know anything about the First Reich. Now that's 90% of my mate's reactions. To be fair, I've been meaning to read this, so glad to be listening along with you. Yeah, thanks. I mean, like, to be fair, I mean, like, I've been reading to read this in a way, like, this is my way to be able to read this because I'm just reading on screen. And I think, like, I should probably do this more often, like, read a lot of the sort of, like, libertarian, socialist, revolutionary classics because, I think a lot of people kind of want to do it, but they don't have I don't want to say the opportunity, but they just can't find the time, I guess. First Reich was the Roman... Oh, is that true? That's so cringe. The Nazis thought the First Reich was the Roman Empire? That's so cringe. Oh my gosh. That's such a fash thing. That's such a fash thing. Anyways. But that's so weird. Why wasn't the First Reich the Bismarckian Germany? That's so weird. Why would the First Reich, like, what was Bismarckian Germany then? Was it like was it the 1.5 Reich? I don't know. Because it couldn't be because it was like weak or anything. Because if anything was weak, it was fucking Weimar Germany. So I don't know why he wouldn't have picked that for the First Reich, but whatever. Well, Everyday Progressive and you are saying the same thing, so fuck it. First Reich. Fuck, I can't. Oh no, it's a Holy Roman Empire. That's totally different. The Holy Roman Empire was kind of like Germany, so it would make some bit of sense for them to say it. But I still don't get like why they didn't count Bismarckian Germany as the First Reich, because like, I mean, like, wouldn't the second Reich included Bismarckian Germany and Weimar? I don't know. Okay, let's look at the Second Reich. The German Empire. Oh, so Bismarckian Germany is the Second Reich. So does Weimar Germany not even count? Or does Weimar Germany count as the Third Reich? Alluded to the Nazi yeah, it's just under the NASDAQ, so I don't know. I don't know where Weimar Germany fits into that. Maybe it's like 2.5. Who knows? Day one patch, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to this. From this theoretical stand is derived the following general conclusion about the practical work of social democracy. The latter must not direct its daily activity towards the conquest of political power, but towards the betterment of the condition of the working class within the existing order. It must not expect to institute socialism as a result of a political and social crisis, but should build socialism by means of the progressive extension of social control and the gradual application of the principle of cooperation. Bernstein himself sees nothing in his new theories. Oh, Reich means empire? Oh, that makes sense then. Yeah, that makes much more sense. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Bernstein himself sees nothing new in his theories. On the contrary, he believes them to be in agreement with certain declarations of Marx and Engels. Nevertheless, it seems to us that it is difficult to deny they are in a formal contradiction with the conceptions of scientific socialism. If Bernstein's revisionism merely consisted in affirming that the march of capitalist development is slower than it was thought before, he would merely be presenting an argument for adjourning the conquest of power by the proletariat. Its only consequence would be a slowing up of the pace of the struggle. But that is not the case. What Bernstein questions is not the rapidity of the development of capitalist society, but the march of the development itself, and, consequently, the very possibility of a transition to socialism. Socialist theory up to now declared that the point of departure for a transformation to socialism would be a general and catastrophic crisis. We must distinguish in this outlook two things: the fundamental idea and its exterior form. The fundamental idea consists of the affirmation that capitalism, as a result of its own inner contradictions, moves towards a point when it will be unbalanced, when it will simply become impossible. There are good reasons for conceiving that juncture in the form of a catastrophic general commercial crisis, but that is of secondary importance when the fundamental idea is considered. The scientific basis of socialism rests, as it is well known, on three principal results of capitalist development. First, on the growing anarchy of capitalist economy, leading inevitably to its ruin. That's so funny that she used the word anarchy there. I don't know if, because this was originally written in German, I don't know if, because, obviously I don't have the text in German. I don't know if she, used the actual term anarchy, but, the equivalent of anarchy in German, and if that term anarchy in German, maps on to, the anarchist conception of anarchy. But yeah, that's an interesting thing that kind of showed up. I wish I had the German, well, if I could even find that specific part, but I wish I had the German translation to be able to see what that was. The Nazis wanted to place their efforts in the lineage of the Holy Roman Empire and the Imperial Empire up until the end of World War I to legitimize them. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. The scientific basis of socialism rests, as is well known, on three principal results of capitalist development. First, on the growing anarchy of capitalist economy, leading inevitably to its ruin. Second, on the progressive socialization of the process of production, which creates the germs of the future social order. And third, on the increased organization and consciousness of the proletarian class, which constitutes the active factor in the coming revolution. Oh, the German term for anarchy maps onto the German, the regular term for anarchy, sure. But I don't know if, in the translation, I don't know if, the original German text that she actually used that word, or if, this was just, a creative translation of what she said. Who knows? Bernstein pulls away from the first of the three fundamentals. Where was I? Fuck it, I'll just read from there. Bernstein pulls away from the first of the three fundamental supports of scientific socialism. He says that capitalist development does not lead to a general economic collapse. That, I would say, I disagree. I think that, this is kind of objective, right? boom and bust cycles are just like things that are objectively known even by mainstream economists to occur on a regular basis under capitalism. So, I mean, I feel like Bernstein's just like objectively wrong there, but whatever. He does not merely reject a certain form of the collapse. He rejects the very possibility of collapse. He says one could claim that by collapse of the present society is meant something else than a general commercial crisis, worse than all others. That is a complete collapse of the capitalist system brought about as a result of its own contradictions. Okay, so he's saying that while these, to steelman him, I guess, I think what he's trying to say is that the boom and bust cycles and these crises of capitalism will happen, but that a complete collapse won't. I don't know what his evidence of this is, but let's continue. And to this, he replies, with the growing development of a society, a complete and almost general collapse of the present system of production becomes more and more improbable, because capitalist development increases on the one hand the capacity of adaptation, and on the other, that is at the same time, the differentiation of industry. What part are we on? We're at page 8. Education for social. We're at page 8. But then the question arises, why and how in that case can we attain the final goal? According to scientific socialism, the historic necessity of the socialist revolution manifests itself above all in the growing anarchy of capitalism, which drives the system into an impasse. But if one admits with Bernstein that capitalist development does not move in the direction of its own ruin, then socialism ceases to be objectively necessary. There remain the other two mainstays of the scientific explanation of socialism, which are also said to be consequences of capitalism itself: the socialization of the process of production and the growing consciousness of the proletariat. It is these two matters that Bernstein has in mind when he says, the suppression of the theory of collapse does not in any way deprive socialist doctrine of the power of persuasion. For examine closely, what are all factors enumerated by us that make for the suppression or the modification of the former crises? Nothing else, in fact, than the conditions, or even in part the germs, of the socialization of production and exchange. Very little reflection is needed to understand that here, too, we face a false conclusion. Where lies the importance of all the phenomena that are said by Bernstein to be means of capitalist adaptation: cartels, the credit system, the development of means of communication, the amelioration of the situation of the working class, etc.? Obviously that they suppress, or at least attenuate, the internal contradictions of capitalist economy, and stop the development or the aggravation of these conditions. Thus, the suppression of crises can only mean the suppression of the antagonism between production and exchange on the capitalist base. The amelioration of the situation of the working class, or the penetration of certain fractions of the class into middle layers, can only mean the attenuation of the antagonism between capital and labor. But if these factors suppress the capitalist contradictions and subsequently save the system from ruin, if they enable capitalism to maintain itself, and that is why Bernstein calls them means of adaptation, how can cartels, the credit system, trade unions, etc., be at the same time the conditions and even in part the germs of socialism? Obviously, only in the sense that they express most clearly the social character of production. Capitalism can be reading something. Capitalism can be married for the time being with a semi-socialist solution requiring by law that codeterminates be imposed on codeterminates. I think I know what you're talking. Be imposed on companies with more than 500 employees, like Germany. Codets have been working in Germany for decades. It's time to bring what they do to the USA as soon as you get the political will. Yeah. So I guess you're agreeing more with Bernstein then, on that, like, you think that this semi-socialist solution can be married with capitalism, or maybe you have a more nuanced take. I don't know. but by presenting it in its capitalist form, the same factors render superfluous inversely, in the same measure, the transformation of the socialized production into socialist production. This is why they can be the germs or conditions of a socialist order, only in a theoretical sense and not in a historical sense. They are phenomena which, in the flight of our conception of socialism, we know to be related to socialism, but which, in fact, not only do not need to lead to a socialist revolution, but render it, on the contrary, superfluous. Show people in general what can also be possible with co-ops. Okay. I guess, like, my opinion on it is that, I don't know, it's difficult to say, because I'm certainly not going to be against that. If I were, like, a congressperson or whatever, if I had some links to a congressperson that was being voted on in Congress or whatever, I would absolutely support that. I'm not some kind of accelerationist in that I think that, like, we need to, like, not give the working class anything to hope that they get so mad that they revolt. My issue is that, like, I don't know if it's the most effective. Like, I don't know if, like, trying to achieve, like, semi-socialist legislative solutions is, like, the best sort of, I don't want to say use of our time, but, like, should be our main focus, right? We should definitely pressure the sort of, like, politicians and whatever in Congress and within the sort of liberal democracy to do that sort of thing, sure. But in terms of, like, what we're doing as non-politicians, I think that, like, moving towards that in terms of, like, when we're talking about direct action, where we're talking about systemic protests, it's a waste. It's like we're selling ourselves short, you know? I mean, if we're taking direct action, I think we should take direct action for what we want and what we need. We can leave it up to, like, the politicians, so long as liberal democracy is still functioning, to do their negotiations or whatever. But, like, when we're doing direct actions, we can also negotiate, but we have to start off first with stating what we want and then moving from there. And that has to be, I think, a complete overhaul of the system, a nonviolent revolution, and a complete rebuilding of the current order, a complete reconstruction of democracy in the interests of the working class, because right now it is clearly not doing that. Neoliberalism has so thoroughly grasped the government that I don't know if just, like, continuously trying to work within the system is, like, viable, right? We can continue to try to work in the system as long as it is around, but I think, like, if we're doing direct action, we ought to focus on destroying and rebuilding the system from the ground up. That should be our ultimate goal. Go full bore? What's bore? I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty direct translation, but it's unclear to me if she means disorder, anarchy, or the social political anarchy. Okay. Makes sense. I think she's almost certainly, I mean, she said capitalist anarchy or something like that, right? Let me see. Yeah, the growing anarchy of capitalist economy. So, like, I'm pretty sure that she just means, like, general disorder. But I think it's interesting that she used that word. I didn't know that, like, even in 1899 that it was, like, that common to use anarchy and pretty much the same way we do now. But yeah. Fuck, where is I think here, that's where I was. But by presenting in its capitalist form, the same factors render superfluous inversely in the same measure. The same factors render superfluous inversely in the same measure the transformation of this socialized production into socialist production. That is why they can be the terms or conditions of a socialist order, and only in a theoretical sense, and not in a historical sense. They're phenomena which, in the light of our conception of socialism, we know to be related to socialism, but which, in fact, not only do not lead to a socialist revolution, but render it, on the contrary, superfluous. There remains one force making for socialism the class consciousness of the proletariat. But it, too, is, in the given sense, not the simple intellectual reflection of the growing contradictions of capitalism and its approaching decline. It is now no more than an ideal whose force of persuasion rests only on the perfection attributed to it. We have here, in brief, the explanation of the socialist program by means of pure reason. We have here, to use simpler language, an idealist explanation of socialism. The objective necessity of socialism, the explanation of socialism as the result of the material development of society, falls to the ground. Revisionist theory thus places itself in a dilemma. Either the socialist transformation is, as was admitted up to now, the consequence of the internal contradictions of capitalism, and with the growth of capitalism will develop its inner contradictions, resulting inevitably at some point in its collapse. If you like inevitably at some point is redundant, in its collapse, and that the means of adaptation are ineffective and the theory of collapse is correct, or the means of adaptation will really stop the collapse of the capitalist system and thereby enable capitalism to maintain itself by suppressing its own contradictions. Well, let me try to zoom in a bit. There we go. In that case, socialism ceases to be a historic necessity, and then becomes anything you want to call it, but it is no longer the result of the material development of society. The dilemma leads to another. Either revisionism is correct in its position on the course of capitalist development, and therefore the socialist transformation of society is only a utopia, or socialism is not a utopia, and the theory of means of adaptation is false. There is the question in a nutshell. The adaptation of capital. According to Bernstein, the credit system, the perfected means of communication, and the new employers' organizations are the important factors that forward the adaptation of capitalist economy. Credit has diverse applications in capitalism. Its two most important functions are to extend production and to facilitate exchange. When the inner tendency of capitalist production to extend boundlessly strikes against the restricted dimensions of property, credit appears as a means of surmounting these limits in a particular capitalist manner. Credit, through shareholding, combines in one magnitude of capital a large number of individual capitals. It makes available to each capitalist the use of other capitalists' money in the form of industrial credit. As commercial credit, it accelerates the exchange of commodities and therefore the return of capital into production, and thus aids the entire cycle of the process of production. The manner in which these two principal functions of the credit influence the formation of crises is quite obvious. If it is true that crises appear as a result of the contradiction existing between the capacity of extension, the tendency of production to increase, and the restricted consumption capacity of the market, credit is precisely, in view of what is stated above, the specific means that makes this contradiction break out as often as possible. To begin with, it increases disproportionately the capacity of the extension of production and thus constitutes an inner motive force that is constantly pushing production to extend the limits of the market. Wow, this is getting really fucking complex. But credit strikes him because fuck, I don't even know, like, because like she's talking about credit, right? But like I don't even know how credit even works in like 1899. Because when she says credit, I'm thinking about like credit cards and shit. Because like, I know what credit is. It's like fucking, it's debt basically. But I don't know like how that affected the economy of like 1899 Germany. So like, got to run. All right, see ya. But after having as a factor of the process of production, provoked overproduction, credit as a factor of exchange destroys during the crisis the very productive forces of it itself created. At the first symptoms of the crisis, credit melts away. A dependence exchange where it would still be found indispensable, and where it still exists, it appears ineffective and useless, and thus it reduces to a minimum the consumption capacity of the market. Besides having these two principal results, credit also influences the formation of crises in the following ways. It constitutes the technical means of making available to an entrepreneur the capital of other owners. It stimulates at the same time the bold and unscrupulous utilization of the property of others. Maybe in a semiotic sense of a postponed exchange? Maybe. It's spatial and temporally deferred. It's possible. It's just that like I feel that this is within a context that like I'm just unaware of. Because like I don't know almost nothing about like what Germany was like in like 1899. The only thing I know is like Bismarck, and then after that up until like Weimar, I basically know nothing. Yeah. I know you're talking about credit. Uh, It constitutes the technical means of making available to an entrepreneur the capital of other owners. It stimulates at the same time the bold and unscrupulous utilization of the property of others. That is, at least a speculation. Credit not only aggravates the crisis in its capacity as a disassembled means of exchange, it also helps to bring about and extend the crisis by transforming all exchange into an extremely complex and artificial mechanism that, having a minimum having a minimum of metallic money as a real base is easily disarranged at the slightest occasion. Having a minimum of metallic money. Alliteration. We see that credit, instead of being an instrument for the suppression or the attenuation of crises, is on the contrary a particularly mighty instrument for the formation of crises. It cannot be anything else. Credit eliminates the remaining rigidity of capitalist relationships. It reduces everywhere the greatest elasticity possible. It renders all capitalist forces extensible, relatively mutually sensitive to the highest degree. Doing this, it facilitates and aggravates crises, which are nothing more or less than the periodic collisions of the contradictory forces of capitalist economy. That leads us to another question. Why does credit generally have the appearance of a means of adaptation of capitalism? No matter what the relation or form in which this adaptation is represented by certain people, it can obviously consist of only of the power to suppress one of the several antagonistic relations of capitalist economy. That is, of the power to suppress or weaken one of these contradictions and allow liberty of movement at one point or another to the other fettered productive forces. In fact, it is precisely credit that aggravates these contradictions to the highest degree. It aggravates the antagonism between the mode of production and the mode of exchange by stretching production to the limit and, at the same time, paralyzing exchange at the smallest pretext. Is this about shares and banks? I'm not sure. Honestly, because like, Flamdo, you speak German, right? Like, what is does like the way that she's using credit specifically in German like mean anything to you? Because I'm not sure like what kind of credit she's talking about. I feel like this is a very specific like 1899 German thing, but like I don't know. In terms of like this sort of like discussion on credit, I'm gonna keep reading it, but I generally have no idea what the fuck she's talking about. Hold on. It aggravates the antagonism between the mode of production and the mode of appropriation by separating production from ownership. That is, by transforming the capital employed in production into social capital, and at the same time transforming a part of the profit in the form of interest in capital into a simple title of ownership. Ah, I think she actually. Yeah, I think you're right. She actually, well, not shares, but I think it might be just like loans, like banking, right? Like the way banks get, like commercial banking, basically. Maybe, I don't know. It aggravates the antagonism existing between the property relations, ownership, and the relations of production by putting into a small number of hands immense productive forces and expropriating large numbers of small capitalists. Lastly, it aggravates the antagonism existing between the social character of production and private capitalist ownership by rendering necessary the intervention of the state in production. In short, credit reproduces all the fundamental antagonisms of the capitalist world. It accentuates them. It precipitates their development and thus pushes the capitalist world forward to its own destruction. The prime act of capitalist adaptation, as far as credit is concerned, should really consist in breaking and suppressing credit. In fact, credit is far from being a means of capitalist adaptation. It is, on the contrary, a means of destruction of the most extreme revolutionary significance. I think she might actually be talking about, like, I mean, like, it's funny that she's using the word credit, but I think, like, in this context, what she actually might be talking about is, like, debt in general. Maybe? I don't know. I think she might actually be talking about debt, but like, you have to understand that, like, the way that accounting works. I did a bit of accounting. Because, like, in accounting, uh, like, debt and credit are like, I don't know if people know this, but I'm gonna explain it anyway in case people don't know. Like, debt and credit are, like, fundamentally linked. So, like, if 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 like you have a debt to someone, then that person is considered your creditor, and they are considered to have given credit to you in terms of like the debt that you owe them. So, uh, I don't know. Maybe that's what she's talking about. Uh, has this has not this revolution has not this revolutionary character of credit actually inspired plans of socialist reform? As such, it has had some distinguished proponents, some of whom, Isaac Pieta in France, were, as Marx put it, half prophets, half rogues. Just as fragile is the second means of adaptation, employers' organizations. According to Bernstein, such organizations will put an end to anarchy of production and do away with crises through their regulation of production. Regulation of production. The multiple repercussions of the development of cartels and trusts have not been considered too carefully up to now. But they predict a problem that can be solved with the aid of Marxist theory. One thing is certain: we could speak of a damning of capitalist anarchy through we could speak of a damning of capitalist anarchy through the agency of capitalist combine. Wait, we could speak of a damning of capitalist anarchy through the agency of capitalist combines only in the measure that cartels, trusts, etc., become, even approximately, the dominant form of production. But such a possibility is excluded by the very nature of cartels. The final economic aim and result of combines is the following. What does she mean by like combines? Okay, that's weird. Does she mean like Half-Life? What the fuck? Combine definition. I can't even see the shit too because my chat's over it. What does it say? I can't see it. I think it's a group of people or companies acting together for a commercial purpose. Okay. Uh, Fuck, where was I? I said something about combines. Oh, fuck, I should really like highlight from now on. If I'm gonna stop, I should highlight where I am. I'm pretty sure I was just here. Furthermore, within the limits of their practical application, the results of combines is the very opposite of suppression of industrial anarchy. Cartels ordinarily succeed at obtaining an increase of profit in the home market by producing at a lower rate of profit for the foreign market, thus utilizing the supplementary portions of capital which they cannot utilize for domestic needs. That is to say, they sell abroad cheaper than at home. The result is the sharpening of competition abroad, the very opposite of what certain people want to find. That is well demonstrated by the history of the world's sugar industry. Generally speaking, combines treated as a manifestation of the capitalist mode of production can only be considered a definite phase of capitalist development. Cartels are fundamentally nothing else than means resorted to by the capitalist mode of production for the purpose of holding back the fatal fall of the rate of profit in certain branches of production. What method do cartels employ for this end? That of keeping inactive a part of the accumulated capital. That is, they use the same method, which in another form is employed in crises. The remedy and the illness resemble each other like two drops of water. Indeed, the first can be considered the lesser evil only up to a certain point. When the outlets of disposal begin to shrink and the world market has been extended to its limit and has become exhausted through the competition of the capitalist countries, and sooner or later that is bound to come, then the forced partial idleness of capital will reach such dimensions that the remedy will become transformed into a malady, and capital, already pretty much socialized through regulation, will tend to revert again to the form of individual capital. In the face of the increased difficulties of finding markets, each individual portion of capital will prefer to take its chances alone. At that time, the large regulating organizations will burst like soap bubbles and give way to aggravated competition. In a note to the third volume of Capital, Engels wrote in 1984, "Since the above was written, 1865, competition on the world market has been considerably intensified by the rapid development of industry in all civilized countries, especially in America and Germany. The fact that the rapidly and enormously growing productive forces grow beyond the control of the laws of the capitalist mode of exchange of commodities, inside of which they are supposed to move, this fact impresses itself nowadays more and more even on the minds of the capitalists. This is shown especially by two symptoms. First, by the new and general mania for protective tariff, which differs from the old protectionism especially by the fact that now the articles which are capable of being exported are best protected. In the second place, it is shown by the trust of manufacturers of whole spheres of production for the regulation of production, and thus of prices and profits. It goes without saying that these experiments are practicable only so long as the economic weather is relatively favorable. The first storm must upset them and prove that, although production assuredly needs regulation, it is certainly not the capitalist class which is fitted for that task. Meanwhile, the trusts have no other mission but to see that the little fish are swallowed by the big fish more rapidly than before. Generally, cartels, just like credit, appear therefore as a determined phase of capitalist development, which in the last analysis aggravates the anarchy of the capitalist world and expresses and ripens its international contradictions. Cartels aggravate the antagonism existing between the mode of production and exchange by sharpening the struggle between the producer and consumer, as is the case especially in the US. They aggravate, furthermore, the antagonism existing between the mode of production and the mode of appropriation by opposing, in the most brutal fashion, to the working class the superior force of organized capital, and thus increasing the antagonism between capital and labor. Finally, capitalist combinations aggravate the contradiction existing between the international character of capitalist world economy and the national character of the state, insofar as they're always accompanied by general tariff war. Sounds kind of familiar. What sharpens the differences among the capitalist states. We must add to this the decidedly revolutionary influence exercised by cartels on the concentration of production, technical progress, etc. In other words, when evaluated from the angle of their final effect on capitalist economy, cartels and trusts fails as a means of adaptation. They fail to attenuate the contradictions of capitalism. On the contrary, they are an instrument of greater anarchy. They encourage the further development of the internal contradictions of capitalism. They accelerate the coming of a general decline of capitalism. But if the credit system, the cartels, and the rest do not suppress the anarchy of capitalism, she's just spamming this word anarchy. Why have we not had a major commercial crisis for 2 decades since 1873? Is this not a sign that, contrary to Marx's analyses, the capitalist mode of production has adapted itself, at least in a general way, to the needs of society? I mean, she was right about that one. I mean, there were several commercial crises to come, and I mean, that's without a doubt. Some of the worst commercial crises were to come, in fact. And Luxembourg would, well, within her lifetime, realize that she was right too, or would she? Fuck. No, I don't think she would. Wait. Well, I mean, like, there were other financial crises, I'm pretty sure, but she died before the Great Depression. She died in 1919, I'm pretty sure. How is it that I googled Oza Luxembourg and I got Oza Council? What the fuck? Yeah, 1919. She died in that year. So not after the Great Depression, so she wouldn't have seen that, but I'm pretty sure she would have seen some other financial crises. So hardly had Bernstein rejected in 1898 Marx's theory of crises when a profound general crisis broke out in 1900, while 7 years... Wait, what? What do you mean 1900? Wasn't this written in 1899? Am I missing something? Hardly had Bernstein rejected in 1898 Marx's theory of crises when a profound general crisis broke into 1900, while 7 years later a new crisis beginning in the US hit the world market. Yeah, I'm not sure. But whatever. Let's move on. Facts prove the theory of adaptation to be false. They showed at the same time that the people who abandoned Marx's theory of crisis only because no crisis occurred within a certain space of time merely confused the essence of this theory with one of its secondary exterior aspects, the 10-year cycle. The description of the cycle of modern capitalist industry as a 10-year period was to Marx and Engels in 1860 and 1870 only a simple statement of facts. It was not based on a natural law, but on a series of given historical circumstances that were connected with the rapidly spreading activity of young capitalism. The crisis of 1825 was in effect the result of extensive investment of capital in the construction of roads, canals, gasworks, which took place during the preceding decade, particularly in England, where the crisis broke out. The following crisis of 1836 to 1839 was similarly the result of heavy investments in the construction of means of transportation. The crisis of 1847 was provoked by the feverish building of railroads in England. From 1844 to 1847, in 3 years, the British Parliament gave railway concessions to the value of $1.5 billion. I don't know what taller is. I don't know if that's like a currency. It's almost certainly a currency, but whatever. In each of the 3 mentioned cases, a crisis came after new bases for capitalist development were established. In 1857, the same result was brought about by the abrupt opening of new markets for European industry in America and Australia, after the discovery of the gold mines and the extensive construction of railway lines, especially in France, where the example of England was then closely imitated. From 1852 to 1856, new railway lines to the value of 1,250 million francs were built in France alone. And finally, we have the Great Crisis of 1873, a direct consequence of the firm boom of large industry in Germany and Austria, which followed the political events of 1866 and 1871. So up to now, the sudden extension of the domain of capitalist economy, and now its shrinking, was each time the cause of the commercial crisis. That the international crises repeated themselves precisely every 10 years was purely an exterior fact, a matter of chance. The Marxist formula for crises, as presented by Engels in Anti-Düring, and by Marx in the first and second volumes of Capital, applies to all crises only in the measure that it uncovers their internal mechanism and their general basic causes. Crises may repeat themselves every 5 or 10 years, or every 8 or 20 years. But what proves best the falseness of Bernstein's theory is that in the countries having the greatest development of the famous means of adaptation, credit, perfected communications, and trusts, that the last crisis, 1907 to 8, was most violent. That's weird. So was this written after 19? This is so weird. Hold on, I want to look this up then. Reform or Revolution, because I thought this was written in 1899. I don't know if she like edited it after. Huh. That's strange. Okay, well. Where is that? Oh fuck, I forgot to highlight the thing. The belief that capitalist production could adapt itself to exchange presupposes one of two things. Either the world market can spread unlimitedly, or on the contrary, the development of productive forces is so fettered that it cannot pass beyond the bounds of the market. The first hypothesis constitutes a materialist impossibility. The second is rendered just as impossible by the constant technical progress that daily creates new productive forces in all branches. There remains still another phenomenon which, says Bernstein, contradicts the course of capitalist development as is indicated above. In the steadfast phalanx of medium-sized enterprises, Bernstein sees a sign that the development of large industry does not move in a revolutionary direction and is not as effective from the angle of concentration of industry as is expected by the theory of collapse. Yeah, there's two versions, so this is probably the updated one. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Do you know when it was updated? I don't know, but yeah, tell me if you know when it was outdated. By the way, guys, remember to like donate and like send super chats and whatnot, cause like I'm poor and like food and housing insecure, so like I could use like months, and plus it was my birthday yesterday, so like send me birthday presents. But like more importantly, food and housing insecure, so like yeah, send me donations and super chats and like subscribe or subscribe to me on Twitch or like sub on YouTube or whatever, just like support the channel, I guess. I'd really appreciate it if you wanted to. Thanks a lot if you do. Where 1908? Okay, that makes sense. There remains I wish it would have labeled which parts she edited and which parts were written originally in 1899, unless you rewrote the whole thing. I don't know. There remains still another phenomenon which, says Bernstein, contradicts the course of capitalist development as it is indicated above. In the steadfast phalanx of medium-sized enterprises, Bernstein sees a sign that the development of large industry does not move in a revolutionary direction and is not as effective from the angle of the concentration of industry as was expected by the theory of collapse. He is here, however, the victim of his own lack of understanding. For to see the progressive disappearance of large industries is to misunderstand, sadly, the nature of this process. According to Marx's theory, small capitalists played in the general course of capitalist development the role of pioneers of technical change. They possess that role in a double sense. They initiate new methods of production in well-established branches of industry. They're instrumental in the creation of new branches of production and not yet exploited by the big capitalist. It is false to imagine that the history of the medium-sized capitalist establishments proceeds rectilinearly in the direction of their progressive disappearance. The course of this development, on the contrary, purely dialectical and moves constantly among contradictions. The middle capitalist layers find themselves, just like the workers, under the influence of two antagonistic tendencies, one ascendant, the other descendant. In this case, the descendant tendency is the continued rise of the scale of production, which overflows periodically the dimensions of the average-sized parcels of capital and removes them repeatedly from the terrain of world competition. The ascendant tendency is, first, the periodic depreciation of existing capital, which lowers again, for a certain time, the scale of production in proportion to the value of the necessary minimum amount of capital. It is represented, besides, by the penetration of capitalist production into new spheres. The struggle of the average-sized enterprise against big capital cannot be considered a regularly proceeding battle in which the troops of the weaker party continue to melt away directly and quantitatively. It should be rather regarded as a periodic mowing down of the small enterprises, which rapidly grow up again, only to be mowed down once more by large industry. The two tendencies play ball with the middle capitalist layers. The descending tendency must win in the end. The very opposite is true about the development of the working class. The victory of the descending tendency must not necessarily show itself in an absolute numerical diminution of the medium-sized enterprises. It must show itself in the progressive increase of the minimum amount of capital necessary for the function of the enterprises and the old branches of production. Second, in the constant diminution of the interval of time during which the small capitalists conserve the opportunity to exploit the new branches of production. The result, as far as the small capitalist is concerned, is a progressively shorter duration of his stay in the new industry and a progressively more rapid change in the methods of production as a field for investment. For the average capitalist strata, taken as a whole, there is a process of more and more rapid social assimilation and dissimilation. Bernstein knows this perfectly well. He himself comments on this. But what he seems to forget is that this very thing is the law of the movement of the average capitalist enterprise. If one admits that small capitalists are pioneers of technical progress, and if it is true that the latter is the vital pulse of the capitalist economy, then it is manifest that small capitalists are an integral part of capitalist development, which can only disappear together with it. The progressive disappearance of the medium-sized enterprise in the absolute sense considered by Bernstein means not, as he thinks, the revolutionary course of capitalist development, but precisely the contrary, the cessation, the slowing up of development. The rate of profit, that is to say, the relative increase of capital, said Marx, is an important part for all new investors of capital, grouping themselves independently. And as soon as the formation of capital falls exclusively into a handful of big capitalists, the reviving fire of production is extinguished. It dies away. The realization of socialism through social reforms. Bernstein rejects the theory of collapse as a historic road toward socialism. Now what is the way to a socialist society that is proposed by his theory of adaptation to capitalism? Bernstein answers this question only by allusion. Conrad Schmetz, however, attempts to deal with this detail in the manner of Bernstein. According to him, the trade union struggle for hours and wages and the political struggle for reforms will lead to a progressively more extensive control over the conditions of production. and as the rights of the capitalist proprietor will be diminished through legislation, he will be reduced in time to the role of a simple administrator. The capitalist will see his property lose more and more value to himself, till finally, the direction and administration of exploitation will be taken from him entirely, and collective exploitation instituted. Therefore, trade unions, social reforms, and, adds Bernstein, the political democratization of the state are the means of progressive realization of socialism. But the fact is that the principal function of trade unions, and this was best explained by Bernstein himself in Neue Zeit in 1891, consists in providing the workers with the means of realizing the capitalist law of wages, that is to say, the sale of their labor power at current market prices. Trade unions enable the proletariat to utilize each instant the conjecture of the market. Utilize at each instant the conjecture of the market. But these conjectures, one, the labor demand determined by the state of production, 2, the labor supply created by the proletarianization of the middle strata of society and the natural reproduction of the working classes, and 3, the momentary degree of the productivity of labor, these remain outside of the sphere of influence of the trade unions. Trade unions cannot suppress the law of wages. Under the most favorable circumstances, the best they can do is impose on capitalist exploitation the normal limit of the movement. They have not, however, the power to suppress exploitation itself, not even gradually. Schmidt, it is true, sees the present trade union movement in a feeble initial stage. He hopes that in the future, the trade union movement will exercise a progressively increased influence over the regulation of production. But by the regulation of production, we can only understand two things: intervention in the technical domain of the process of production and fixing the scale of production itself. What is the nature of the influence exercised by trade unions in these two departments? It is clear that in the technique of production, the interest of the capitalist agrees up to a certain point with the progress and the development of capitalist economy. It is his own interest that pushes him to make technical improvements, but the isolated worker finds himself in a decidedly different position. Each technical transformation contradicts his interests. It aggravates his helpless situation by depreciating the value of his labor power and rendering his work far more intense, more monotonous, and more difficult. Insofar as trade unions can intervene in the technical department of production, they can only oppose technical innovation, but here they do not act in the interest of the entire working class and its emancipation, which accords rather with technical progress and, therefore, with the interest of the isolated capitalist. They act here in a reactionary direction, and in fact we find efforts on the part of the workers to intervene in the technical part of production not in the future, where Schmidt looks for it, but in the past of the trade union movement. Such efforts characterize the old phase of the British of English trade unionism up to 1860, when the British organizations were still tied to medieval corporative vestiges and found inspiration in the old outward principle of a fair day's wage for a fair day's labor. On the other hand, the effort of the labor unions to fix the scale of production and the prices of commodities is a recent phenomenon. Only recently have we witnessed such attempts, and again in England. In their nature and tendencies, these efforts resemble those dealt with above. What does the active participation of trade unions in fixing the scale and cost of production amount to? It amounts to a cartel of the workers and entrepreneurs in a common stand against the consumer, and especially rival entrepreneurs. In no way is the effect of this any different from that of ordinary employers associations. Basically, we no longer have a struggle between labor and capital, but the solidarity of capital and labor against the total consumers. Considered for its social worth, it is seen to be a reactionary move that cannot be staged in the struggle for the emancipation of the proletariat, because it represents the very opposite of the class struggle. Considered from the angle of practical application, it is found to be a utopia which, as shown by a rapid examination, cannot be extended to the large branches of industry producing for the world market. The scope of trade unions is limited essentially to a struggle for an increase of wages and the reduction of labor time, that is to say, to efforts at regulating capitalist exploitation. But trade unions can in no way influence the process of production itself. Moreover, trade union development, contrary to what is asserted by Conrad Schmidt, in the direction of a complete detachment of the labor market from any immediate relation to the rest of the market. That is shown by the fact that even attempts to relate labor contracts to the general situation of production by means of a system of sliding wage scales has been outmoded with historic developments. The British trade unions are moving farther and farther away from such efforts. Even within the effective boundaries of its activity, the trade union movement cannot spread the unlimited way claimed for it by the theory of adaptation. On the contrary, if we examine the long periods of social development, we see that we are not moving towards an epoch marked by a victorious development of trade unions, but rather toward a time when the hardships of trade unions will increase. She was right about that. Well, I mean, like, kind of. And anyways, once industrial development has attained its highest possible point and capitalism has entered its ascending phase on the world market, the trade union struggle will become doubly difficult. In the first place, the objective conjecture of the market will be less favorable to the sellers of labor power, because the demand for labor power will increase at a slower rate and labor supply more rapidly than at present. In the second place, the capitalists themselves, in order to make up for losses suffered on the world market, will make even greater efforts than at present to reduce the part of the total product going to the workers in the form of wages. The reduction of wages is, as pointed out by Marx, one of the principal means of retarding the fall in the rate of profit. The situation in England already offers us a picture of the beginning of the second stage of trade union development. Trade union action is reduced of necessity to the simple defense of already realized gains, and even that is becoming more and more difficult. Such is the general trend of things in our society. The counterpoint of this tendency should be the development of the political side of the class struggle. Conrad Schmidt commits the same error of historic perspective when he deals with social reforms. He expects that social reforms, like with trade union organizations, will dictate to the capitalists the only conditions under which they will be able to employ labor power. Seeing reform in this light, Bernstein calls labor legislation a piece of social control and, as such, a piece of socialism. Similarly, Schmidt always uses the term social control when he refers to labor protection laws. Once he has thus happily transformed the state into society, he confidently adds, that is to say, the rising working class. As a result of this trick of substitution, the innocent labor laws enacted by the German Bundesrat are transformed into measures for the transition to socialism supposedly enacted by the German proletariat. The mystification is obvious. We know that the present state is not society representing the rising working class. It is itself the representative of capitalist society. It is a class state. Therefore, its reform measures are not an application of social control. They are the forms of control applied by the class organization of capital to the production of capital. The so-called social reforms are enacted in the interest of capital. Yes, Bernstein and Conrad Schmidt see at present only feeble beginnings of this social control. They hope to see a long succession of reforms in the future, all favoring the working class. But here they commit a mistake similar to their belief in the unlimited development of the trade union movement. A basic condition for the theory of the gradual realization of socialism through social reforms is a certain objective development of capitalist property and of the state. Conrad Schmidt says that the capitalist proprietor tends to lose his special rights with historic development and is reduced to the role of a simple administrator. He thinks that the expropriation of the means of production cannot possibly be effected as a single historic act. He therefore resorts to the theory of expropriation by stages. With this in mind, he divides the right to property into 1, the right of sovereignty, ownership, which he attributes to a thing called society, and which he wants to extend, and 2, its opposite, the simple right of use held by the capitalists, but which is supposedly being reduced in the hands of the capitalists to the mere administration of their enterprises. This interpretation is either a simple play on words, and in that case, the theory of gradual expropriation has no real basis, or it is a true picture of the judicial development, in which case, as we shall see, the theory of gradual expropriation is entirely false. The division of the right of property into several component rights, an arrangement serving Conrad Schmitt as a shelter wherein he may construct his theory of expropriation by stages, characterized feudal society founded on natural economy. In feudalism, the total product was shared among the social classes of the time on the basis of personal relations existing between the feudal lord and his serfs or tenants. The decomposition of property into several partial rights reflected the manner of distribution of the social wealth of that period. With the passage to the production of commodities and the dissolution of all personal bonds among the participants in this process of production, the relation between men and things, that is to say, private property, became reciprocally stronger. Since the division is no longer made on the basis of personal relations, but through exchange, the different rights to a share in the social wealth are no longer measured as fragments of property rights having a common interest. They are measured according to the values brought by each on the market. The first change introduced into judicial relations with the advance of commodity production in the medieval city communes was the development of absolute private property. The latter developed in the very midst of the feudal judicial relations. This development progressed at a rapid pace in capitalist production. The more the process of production is socialized, the more the process of distribution, division of wealth, rests on exchange. The more private property becomes inviolable and closed, the more capitalist property becomes transformed from the right of the product to one's own labor to the simple right to appropriate somebody else's labor. As long as the capitalist himself manages his own factory, distribution is still, up to a certain point, tied to his personal participation in the process of production. But as the personal management on the part of the capitalist becomes superfluous, which is the case in the shareholding societies today, the property of capital, so far as its right to share in the division of wealth is concerned, becomes separated from any personal relation with production. It now appears in its purest form. The capitalist right to property reaches its most complete development in capital held in the shape of shares and industrial credit. So Conrad Schmitt's historic schema, tracing the transformation of the capitalist from a proprietor to a simple administrator, belies the real historical development. In historical reality, on the contrary, the capitalist tends to change from a proprietor to an administrator. From a proprietor to an administrator to a simple proprietor. This is also true. Capitalists definitely do not need to administrate anything. They can just own things and make money off of that. Many do. What happens here to Conrad Schmitt happened to Goethe. What is he sees in a dream, what longer is becomes for him a reality. Becomes for him reality. Just as Smith's historic schema travels economically backwards from a modern shareholding society to an artisan shop, so judicially he wishes to lead back the capitalist world into the old feudal shell of the Middle Ages. Oh wow, did she just reference my essay there? Got it. She was actually talking about my. She came back from the future to like low key reference neo-feudalism. Also, from this point of view, social control appears in reality under a different aspect than seen in Conrad Schmitt. What functions today as social control, labor legislation, the control of industrial organizations through shareholding, etc., has absolutely nothing to do with this supreme ownership. Far from being, as Schmitt believes, a reduction of capitalist ownership, is social control, on the contrary, a production of such ownership, is, on the contrary, a protection of such ownership. Or expressed from the economic viewpoint, it is not a threat to capitalist exploitation, but simply the regulation of exploitation. When Bernstein asks if there is more or less of socialism in labor protective law, we can assure him that in the best of labor protective laws, there is no more socialism than in a municipal ordinance regulating the cleaning of streets or the lighting of street lamps. The second, capitalism and the state. The second condition for the gradual realization of socialism is, according to Bernstein, the evolution of the state in society. It has become a commonplace to say that the present state is a class state. This too, like referring to a capitalist society, should not be understood in a rigid absolute manner, but dialectically. The state became capitalist with the political victory of the bourgeoisie. The capitalist development modifies essentially the nature of the new state, widening its sphere of action, constantly imposing on it new functions, especially those affecting economic life, making more and more necessary its intervention and control in society. In this sense, capitalist development prepares little by little the future fusion of the state to society. It prepares, so to say, the return of the function of the state. It prepares, so to say, the return of the function of the state to society. Okay, hold on. In this sense, the capitalist development prepares little by little the future fusion of the state to society. It prepares, so to say, the return of the function of the state to society. Following this line of thought, one can speak of an evolution of the capitalist state into society, and this is undoubtedly what Marx had in mind when he referred to labor legislation as the first conscious intervention of society in the vital social process, a phrase upon which Bernstein leans heavily. But on the other hand, the same capitalist development realizes another transformation in the nature of the state. The present state is, first of all, an organization of the ruling class. It assumes functions favoring social development specifically because, and in the measure that, these interests in social developments coincide in a general fashion with the interests of the dominant class. Labor legislation is enacted as much in the immediate interest of the capitalist class as in the interest of society in general. But this harmony endures only up to a certain point of capitalist development. When capitalist development has reached a certain level, the interests of the bourgeoisie as a class and the needs of economic progress begin to clash, even in the capitalist sense. This is also true. One thing that I didn't mention in the neo-feudalism essay, and I didn't need to, I think it's sort of interesting about neoliberalism is that a lot of the economic policies are just like really bad. I mean, like even from the perspective of capitalists, they just reduce efficiency and make shit worse. I mean, in my opinion, if you wanted to be a capitalist, I think like the best way to go would be Keynesian economics. But neoliberal economics has in many ways kind of like made capitalism worse, but it's also exacerbated inequality. So there is a kind of like conflict there. But yeah, let's continue. We believe that this phase has already begun. It shows itself in two extremely important phenomena of contemporary social life. On the one hand, the policy of tariff barriers, and on the other, militarism. These two phenomena have played an indispensable and, in that sense, a progressive and revolutionary role in the history of capitalism. Without tariff protection, the development of large industry would have been impossible in several countries, but now that situation is different. At present, protection does not serve so much to develop young industry as to maintain artificially certain aged forms of production. From the angle of capitalist development, that is, from the point of view of world economy, it matters little whether Germany exports more merchandise into England or England exports more merchandise into Germany. Is this like mercantilism? Well, not like she's promoting mercantilism, but she's like talking about mercantilism. From the viewpoint of this development, it may be said that the more has done its work, the more it may go. Given the condition of the reciprocal dependence in which the various branches of industry find themselves, a protectionist tariff on any commodity necessarily results in raising the cost of production of other commodities inside the country. It therefore impedes industrial development. But this is not so from the viewpoint of the internal interests of the capitalist class. While industry does not need tariff barriers for its development, the entrepreneurs need tariffs to protect their markets. This signifies that at present tariffs no longer serve as a means of protecting a developing capitalism against other modes of production. They are now being used by one national group of capitalists against another group. Furthermore, tariffs are no longer necessary as an instrument of protection for industry in its movement to create and conquer the home market. They are now indispensable means for the cartelization of industry. That is means used in the struggle of capitalist producers against consuming society as a whole. What brings out in an emphatic manner the specific character of contemporary customs policies is the fact that today's agriculture and not industry plays a predominant role in the making of tariffs. The policy of customs protection has become a tool for expressing feudal interests in capitalist reform. In capitalist form. The same change has taken place in militarism. If we consider history as it was, not as it could have been or should have been, we must agree that war has been an indispensable feature of capitalist development. The US, Germany, Italy, the Balkan states, Poland, all owe the condition of their capitalist development to wars, whether they resulted in victory or defeat. As long as there were countries marked by internal political division or economic isolation which had to be destroyed, militarism played a revolutionary role, considered from the viewpoint of capitalism. But at present, the situation is different. If world politics have become the theater of menacing conflicts, it is not so much a question of the opening of new countries to capitalism, but of already existing European antagonisms, which, transported into other lands, have exploded there. The armed adversaries we see today in Europe and other continents do not range themselves with capitalist countries on one side and backwards countries on the other. They are states pushed to war as a result of their similarly advanced capitalist developments. In view of this, an explosion is certain to be fatal to this development, in the sense that it must provoke an extremely profound disturbance and transformation of economic life in all countries. However, the matter appears entirely different when considered from the standpoint of the capitalist class. For the latter, militarism has become indispensable, first as a means of struggle for the defense of national interests in competition on other national groups, second as a means of investment of financial aid and industrial capital. Third as an instrument of class domination over the laboring population inside the country. In themselves, these interests have nothing in common with the development of the capitalist mode of production. What demonstrates best the specific character of present-day militarism is the fact that it develops generally in all countries as an effect, so to speak, of its own internal mechanical motive power, a phenomenon that was completely unknown several decades ago. We recognize this in the fatal character of the impending explosion, which is inevitable in spite of the complete indecisiveness of the objectives and motives of the conflict. From a motor of capitalist development, militarism has changed into a capitalist malady. In the clash between capitalist development and the interest of the dominant class, the state takes a position alongside the latter. Its policy, like that of the bourgeoisie, comes into conflict with social development. It thus loses more and more of its character as a representative of the whole of society and is transformed at the same rate into a pure class state. Or, to speak more exactly, these two quantities distinguish themselves more from each other and find themselves in a contradictory relation in the very nature of the state. This contradiction becomes progressively sharper, for on the one hand, we have the growth of the functions of a general interest on the part of the state, its intervention in social life, its control over society. But on the other hand, its class character obliges the state to move the pivot of its activity and its means of coercion more and more into domains which are useful only to the class interests of the bourgeoisie, as is the case with militarism and tariff and colonial policies. Moreover, the social control exercised by the state is at the same time penetrated with and dominated by its class character. See how labor legislation is applied in all countries. The extension of democracy, which Bernstein sees as a means of realizing socialism by degrees, does not contradict, but on the contrary, corresponds perfectly to the transformation of realizing the nature of the state. Conrad Schmidt declares that the conquest of the social democratic majority in parliament leads directly to the gradual socialization of society. Now, the democratic forms of political life are without a question a phenomenon expressing clearly the evolution of the state and society. They constitute, to that extent, a move towards a socialist transformation. But the conflict between the capitalist state, as described above, manifests itself even more emphatically in modern parliamentarism. Indeed, in accordance with this form, parliamentarism serves to express within the organization of the state the interests of the whole society. But what parliamentarism expresses here is capitalist society. That is to say, a society in which capitalist interests predominate. In this society, the representative institutions, democratic in form, are in contact instruments of the interests of the ruling class. This mainly manifests itself in a tangible fashion in the fact that as soon as democracy shows the tendency to negate its class character and becomes transformed into an instrument of the real interests of the population, the democratic forms are sacrificed by the bourgeoisie and its state representatives. That is why the idea of the conquest of the parliamentary reformist majority is a calculation which, entirely in the spirit of bourgeois liberalism, preoccupies itself only with one side, the formal side of democracy, but does not take into account the other side, its real content. All in all, parliamentarism is not a directly socialist element, impregnating gradually the whole capitalist society. It is, on the contrary, a specific form of the bourgeois class state, helping to ripen and develop the existing antagonisms of capitalism. In the light of the history of the objective development of the state, Bernstein and Conrad Schmidt believe that increased social control results in the direct introduction of socialism is transformed into a formula that finds itself from day to day in greater contradiction with reality. The theory of gradual introduction of socialism proposes progressive reform of capitalist property in the capitalist state in the direction of socialism. But in consequence of the objective laws of existing society, one and the other develops in a precisely opposite direction. The process of production is increasingly socialized, and state intervention, the control of the state of the process of production, is extended. I love words. I love words too. The process of production is increasingly socialized, and the state intervention, the control of the state over the process of production, is extended. But at the same time, private property becomes more and more the form of open capitalist exploitation of the labor of others, and state control is penetrated with the exclusive interests of the ruling class. The state, that is to say, the political organization of capitalism, and the property relations, that is to say, the judicial organization of capitalism, become more capitalist and not more socialist, according to the theory of the progressive introduction of socialism to insurmountable difficulties. Fourier's scheme of changing by means of a system of phalansteries. What the heck is that? Phalanstery? A group of people living together in a community free of external regulation and holding property in common. Okay. So like a commune? Pure scheme of changing by means of a system of philosophies, the water of all the seas into tasty lemonade was surely a fantastic idea. But Bernstein proposing to change the sea of capitalist bitterness into a sea of socialist sweetness by progressively pouring into it bottles of social reformist lemonade is she's taking this metaphor like really far. Presents an idea that is merely more insipid but no less fantastic. The production relations of capitalist society approach more and more the production relations of socialist society. But on the other hand, its political and juridical relations established between capitalist society and socialist society is steadily rising wall. This wall is not overthrown, but is on the contrary strengthened and consolidated by the development of social reforms and the course of democracy. Only the hammer blow of revolution, that is, the conquest of political power by the proletariat, can break down this wall. The general nature of reformism. In the first chapter, we aim to show that Bernstein's theory lifted the program of the socialist movement off its material base and tried to place it on an idealist base. How does this theory fare when translated into practice? Upon the first comparison, the party practice resulting from Bernstein's theory does not seem to differ from the practice followed by social democracy up to now. Formerly, the activity of the Social Democratic Party consisted of trade union work, of agitation for social reforms, and the democratization of the existing political institutions. The difference is not in the what, but in the how. Schlendrian. At present, the trade union struggle and parliamentary practice are considered to be means of guiding and educating the proletariat in preparation for the task of taking over power. From the revisionist standpoint, this conquest of power is at the same time impossible or useless, and therefore trade union and parliamentary activity are to be carried on by the party only for their immediate results, that is, for the purpose of bettering the present situation of the workers, for the gradual reduction of capitalist exploitation, for the extension of social control. If we ignore momentarily the immediate amelioration of the workers' condition, an objective common to our party program and revisionism, the difference between two outlooks is, in brief, the following. According to the present conception of the party, trade union and parliamentary activity are important for the socialist movement because such activity prepares the proletariat, that is to say, creates a subjective factor for the socialist transformation, for the task of realizing socialism. But according to Bernstein, trade unions and parliamentary activity gradually reduce capitalist exploitation itself. They remove from capitalist society its capitalist character. They realize objectively the desired social change. Examining the matter closely, we see that the two conceptions are diametrically opposed. Viewing the situation from the current standpoint of our party, we say that I believe our party refers to the SPD, Social Democratic Party of Germany. I'm almost certain of that. We say that as a result of its trade union and parliamentary struggles, the proletariat becomes convinced of the impossibility of accomplishing a fundamental social change through such activity, and arrives at the understanding that the conquest of power is unavoidable. Bernstein's theory, however, begins by declaring that this conquest is impossible. It concludes by affirming that socialism can only be introduced as the result of trade union struggle and parliamentary activity. For, as seen by Bernstein, trade union and parliamentary action has a socialist character because it exercises a progressively socializing influence in capitalist economy. We try to show that this influence is purely imaginary. The relations between capitalist property and the capitalist state develop in entirely opposite directions, so that the daily practical activity of present social democracy loses, in the last analysis, all connection with work for socialism. From the viewpoints of a movement for socialism, the trade union struggle and our parliamentary practice are vastly important insofar as they make socialistic the awareness, the consciousness of the proletariat and help to organize it as a class. But once they're considered as instruments of the direct socialization of capitalist economy, they lose not only their usual effectiveness, but also cease being means of preparing the working class for the conquest of power. Edward Bernstein and Conrad Schmitt suffer from a complete misunderstanding when they console themselves with the belief that even though program of the party is reduced to work for the social firms in ordinary trade union work, the final objective of the labor movement is therefore not thereby discarded, for its step reaches beyond the immediate aim, and the socialist goal is implied as a tendency in the supposed advance. That is certainly true about the present procedure of German social democracy. It is true whenever a firm and conscious effort for the conquest of political power impregnates the trade union struggle and the work for social reforms. But if this effort is separated from the movement itself and social reforms are made an end in themselves, then such activity not only does not lead to the final goal of socialism, but moves in a precisely opposite direction. Konrad Schmidt simply falls on the idea that an apparently mechanical movement, once started, cannot stop by itself, because one's appetite grows with the eating, and the working class will not supposedly content itself with reforms till the final socialist transformation is realized. Now, the last mentioned condition is quite real. Its effectiveness is guaranteed by the very insufficiency of capitalist reforms. But the conclusion drawn from it could only be true if it were possible to construct an unbroken chain of augmented reforms leading from the capitalism of today to socialism. This is of course sheer fantasy. In accordance with the nature of things, the chain breaks quickly, and the paths that the supposed forward movement can take from the point on are many and varied. What will be the immediate result should our party change its general procedure to suit a viewpoint that wants to emphasize the practical results of our struggle, that is, social reforms? As soon as the immediate results become the principal aim of our activity, the clear-cut, irreconcilable point of view, which has meaning only insofar as it proposes to win power, will be found more and more inconvenient. The direct consequence of this will be the adoption by the party of a policy of compensation, a policy of political trading, and an attitude of diffident diplomatic conciliation. But this attitude cannot be continued for a long time. Since the social reforms can only offer an empty promise, the logical consequence of such a program must necessarily be disillusionment. It is not true that socialism will arise automatically from the daily struggle of the working class. Socialism will be the consequence of 1. The growing contradictions of capitalist economy, and 2. The comprehension by the working class of the unavoidability of the suppression of these contradictions through a social transformation. When in the matter of revisionism, the first condition is considered and the second rejected, the labor movement finds itself reduced to a simple cooperative and reformist movement. We move here in a straight line toward the total abandonment of the class viewpoint. This consequence also becomes evident when we investigate the general character of revisionism. It is obvious that revisionism does not wish to concede that its standpoint is that of the capitalist apologist. It does not join the bourgeois economists in denying the existence of the contradictions of capitalism. But, on the other hand, what precisely constitutes the fundamental point of revisionism and distinguishes it from the attitude taken by the social democracy up to now is that it does not base its theory on the belief that the contradictions of capitalism will be suppressed as a result of the logical inner development of the present economic system. We may say that the theory of revisionism occupies an intermediate place between two extremes. Revisionism does not expect to see the contradictions of capitalism mature. It does not propose to suppress these contradictions through a revolutionary transformation. It wants to lessen, to attenuate, the capitalist contradictions. Thus, the antagonism between production and exchange is to be mollified by the cessation of crises and the formation of capitalist combines. The antagonism between capital and labor is to be adjusted by bettering the situation of the workers and by the conservation of the middle classes. And the contradiction between the class state and society is to be liquidated through increased state control and the progress of democracy. It is true that the present procedure of social democracy does not consist in waiting for the antagonisms of capitalism to develop to an extreme and only then suppressing them. On the contrary, the essence of revolutionary procedure is to be guided by the direction of this development once it is ascertained, to push its consequences to the extreme. Thus, social democracy is combated terror force and militarism without waiting for their revolutionary character to become fully evident. Bernstein's procedure is not guided by a consideration of the developments of capitalism, but by the prospect of the aggravation of its contradictions. It is guided by the prospect of the attenuation of these contradictions. He shows this when he speaks of the adaptation of capitalist economy. Now, when could such a conception be correct? If it is true that capitalism will continue to develop in the direction that it takes at present, then its contradictions must necessarily become sharper and more aggravated instead of disappearing. The possibility of the attenuation of the contradictions of capitalism presupposes that the capitalist mode of production itself will stop its progress. In short, the general condition of Bernstein's theory is the cessation of capitalist development. However, this theory condemns itself in a twofold manner. In the first place, it manifests in its utopian character in its stand on the establishment of socialism, for it is clear that a defective capitalist development cannot lead to a socialist transformation. In the second place, Bernstein's theory reveals its reactionary character when it refers to the rapid capitalist development that is taking place at present. Given the development of real capitalism, how can we explain, or rather state, Bernstein's position? We demonstrated in the first chapter the baselessness of the economic conditions on which Bernstein builds his analysis of existing social relationships. We have seen that neither the credit system nor cartels can be said to be a means of adaptation of capitalist economy. We have seen that neither the temporary cessation of crises nor the survival of the middle class can be regarded as symptoms of capitalist adaptation. But even should we fail to take into account the erroneous character of all these details, we cannot help but be stopped short by one future common to all of them. Sorry, I think I choked on my own spit there. Bernstein's theory does not see these manifestations of contemporary economic life as they appear in their organic relationship with the whole of capitalist development, with a complete economic mechanism of capitalism. This theory pulls these details out of their living economic context. It treats them like disjecta membra of a lifeless machine. Consider, for example, its conception of the adaptive effect of credit. If you recognize credit as a higher natural stage of the process of exchange, and therefore of the contradictions inherent in capitalist exchange, we cannot at the same time see it as a mechanical means of adaptation existing alongside the process of exchange. It would be just as impossible to consider money, merchandise, and capital as means of adaptation of capitalism. However, credit, like money, commodities, and capital, is an organic link of capitalist economy at a certain stage of its development. Like them, it is an indispensable gear in the mechanism of capitalist economy, and, at the same time, an instrument of destruction, since it aggravates the internal contradictions of capitalism. The same thing is true about cartels and the new perfected means of communication. Sometimes I wish socialism would be a religion, would have more people to join it, and that's more accurate than any prophecy ever. Yeah, maybe. I mean, no, socialism is supposed to be against religion because, religion is, inherently dogmatic, and socialism is at least supposed to be anti-dogma. But I understand what you're saying. The same mechanical view is presented by Bernstein's attempt to describe the promise of the cessation of crises as a symptom of the adaptation of capitalist economy. For him, crises are simply derangements of the economic mechanism. With their cessation, he thinks, the mechanism could function well. But the fact is that the crises are not derangements in the usual sense of the word. They are derangements without which capitalist economy could not develop at all. For if crises constitute the only method possible in capitalism, and therefore the normal method of solving periodically the conflict existing between the unlimited extension of production and the narrow limits of the world market, then crises are an organic manifestation inseparable from capitalist economy. In the unhindered advance of capitalist production lurks a threat to capitalism that is much greater than crises. It is the threat of the constant fall of the rate of profits, resulting not only from the contradiction between production and exchange, but from the growth of the productivity of labor itself. The fall in the rate of profit has the extremely dangerous tendency of rendering impossible the production of small and medium capitals. It thus limits the new formation and therefore the extension of placements of capital. And it is precisely crises that constitute the other consequence of the same process. As a result of their periodic depreciation of capital, crises bring a fall in the prices of means of production, a paralysis of a part of the active capital, and, in time, an increase of profits. But they thus create the possibilities of the renewed advance of production. Crises, therefore, appear to be instruments of rekindling the fire of capitalist development. Their cessation, not temporary cessation, but their total disappearance in the world market, will lead not to the further development of capitalist economy. It would destroy capitalism. True to the mechanical view of his theory of adaptation, Bernstein forgets the necessity of crises as well as the necessity of new small and medium capitals, and that is why the constant reappearance of small capitals seems to him to be the sign of cessation of capitalist development, though it is, in fact, a symptom of normal capitalist development. It is important to note that there is a viewpoint from which all the above-mentioned phenomena are seen exactly as they have been presented by the theory of adaptation. It is the viewpoint of the isolated single capitalist who reflects in his mind the economic facts around him just as they appear when refracted by the laws of competition. The isolated capitalist sees in each organic part of the whole of our economy as an independent entity. The isolated capitalist sees each organic part of the whole of our economy as an independent entity. He sees them as they act on him, the single capitalist. He therefore considers these facts to be simple derangements of simple means of adaptation. For the isolated capitalist, it is true, crises are really simple derangements. The cessation of crises accords him a longer existence. As far as he is concerned, the credit is only a means of adapting his insufficient productive forces to the needs of the market. And it seems to him that the cartel of which he becomes a member really suppresses industrial anarchy. Revisionism is nothing else than a theoretical generalization made from the point of the isolated capitalist. Where does this viewpoint belong theoretically, if not in vulgar bourgeois economics? All the errors of this school rest precisely on the conception that mistakes the phenomena of competition, as seen from the angle of the isolated capitalist, for the phenomena of the whole of capitalist economy, just as Bernstein considers credit to be a means of adaptation to the needs of exchange. Vulgar economy, too, tries to find the antidote against the ills of capitalism and the phenomena of capitalism. Like Bernstein, it believes that it is impossible to regulate capitalist economy. And in the manner of Bernstein, it arises in time at the desire to palliate the contradictions of capitalism. That is, at the belief in the possibility of patching up the sores of capitalism. It ends up by subscribing to a program of reaction. It ends up in a utopia. The theory of revisionism can therefore be defined in the following way. It is a theory of socialist standstill built, with the aid of the vulgar economy, on a theory of capitalist standstill. Give me 1 second. Just need to do something, because I'm gonna use heat soon, so I need to turn on my oven. 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna go for about. No, I'm gonna keep reading this for about half an hour more, and then I'm gonna take a break. Probably play something. I don't know what I'm gonna play. Maybe the Axis interview. I don't know. But then I'm gonna play CK2. But yeah, let's keep going. All right. Economic developments in socialism. The greatest conquest of the development of the developing proletarian movement has been the discovery of the basis for the realization of socialism in the economic conditions of capitalist society. As a result of this discovery, socialism was changed from an ideal dreamt up by humanity for thousands of years to a thing of historic necessity. Bernstein denies the existence of the economic conditions for socialism in the society of today. On this count, his reasoning has undergone an interesting evolution. At first, in Neuzeit, he simply contested the rapidity of this process of concentration taking place in industry. He based his position on a comparison of the occupational statistics of Germany in 1882 and 1895. In order to use these figures for his purpose, he was obliged to proceed in an entirely summary and mechanical fashion. In the most favorable sense, he could not, even by demonstrating the persistence of medium-sized enterprises, weaken the Marxist analysis, because the latter does not suppose the condition for the realization of socialism either a definite rate of concentration of industry, that is, a definite delay of the realization of socialism, or, as we've already shown, the absolute disappearance of small capitalists, usually described as the disappearance of the petty bourgeoisie. Of course, this is in the course of the latest developments of his ideas, Bernstein furnishes us in his book an assortment of proofs. Oh my god, this is so hard to say. The statistics of shareholding societies. These statistics are used in order to prove that the number of shareholders increases constantly, and as a result, the capitalist class does not become smaller but grows bigger. It is surprising that Bernstein has so little acquaintance with his material. And it is astonishing how poorly he utilizes the existing data on his own behalf. If he really wanted to disprove the Marxist law of industrial development by referring to the condition of shareholding societies, he should have resorted to entirely different figures. Anybody who's acquainted with the history of shareholding societies in Germany knows that their average foundation capital has diminished almost constantly. Thus, while before 1871, their average foundation capital reached the figure of 10.8 million marks, it was only 4.01 million marks in 1871, 3.8 in 1873, less than a million from 1882 to 1887, 0.52 million in 1891, and only 0.62 million in 1892. After this date, the figures oscillated around 1 million marks, falling from 1.78 in 1875 to 1.19 in the course of the first half of 1897. These are surprising figures. Using them, Bernstein hoped to show the existence of a counter-Marxian tendency for the retransformation of the large enterprises into small ones. The obvious answer to his attempt is the following. If you are to prove anything at all by means of your statistics, you must first show that they refer to the same branches of industry, that they do not appear only where small enterprises or even artisan industry were the rule before. This, however, you cannot show. The statistical passage of immense shareholding societies to medium and small enterprises can be explained only by referring to the fact that the system of shareholding society continues to perpetuate new branches of production. Before, only a small number of large enterprises were organized as shareholding societies. Gradually, shareholding organization has won medium and even small enterprises. Today, we can observe shareholding societies with a capital of below 1,000 marks. Now, what is the economic significance of the extension of the system of shareholding societies? Economically, the spread of shareholding societies stands for the growing socialization of production under the capitalist form. Socialization not only of large but also of medium and small production. The extension of shareholding does not, therefore, contradict Marx's theory. On the contrary, confirms it emphatically. What does the economic phenomenon of shareholding society actually amount to? It represents, on the one hand, the unification of a number of small fortunes into a large capital of production. It stands, on the other hand, for the separation of production from capitalist ownership. That is, it denotes a double victory being won over the capitalist mode of production, but still on the capitalist base. What is the meaning, therefore, of the statistics cited by Bernstein, according to which an ever greater number of shareholders participate in capitalist enterprises? These statistics demonstrate precisely the following. At present, a capitalist enterprise does not correspond, as before, to a single proprietor of capital, but to a number of capitalists. Consequently, the economic notion of capitalist no longer signifies an isolated individual. The industrial capitalist of today is a collective person comprised of hundreds or even thousands of individuals. The category capitalist has itself become a social category. It has become socialized within the framework of capitalist society. In that sense, how shall we explain Bernstein's belief that the phenomenon of shareholding society stands for the dispersion and not the concentration of capital? Why does he see the extension of capitalist property where Marx saw its suppression? That is a simple economic error. By capitalist, Bernstein does not mean a category of production, but to the right of property, but the right to property. To him, capitalist is not an economic unit, but a fiscal unit. And capital for him is not a fact of production, but simply a certain quantity of money. That is why in his English sewing thread thrust he does not see the fusion of 12,300 persons with money into a single socialist unit, but 12,300 different capitalists. That is why the engineer Schulze, whose wife's dowry brought him a large number of shares from stockholder Müller, is also a capitalist for Bernstein. That is why for Bernstein the entire world seems to swarm with capitalists. Here too, the theoretical basis of this economic era is this popularization of socialism. By transporting the concept of capitalism from its productive relations to property relations, and by speaking of simple individuals instead of speaking of entrepreneurs, he moves the question of socialism from the domain of production into the domain of relations of fortune. That is, from the relation between capital and labor to the relation between poor and rich. In this manner, we are merely led from Marx and Engels to the author of the Evangel for the poor sinner. There is this difference, however. Weitling, with the sheer instinct of the proletarian, saw in the opposition between the poor and the rich class antagonisms in their primitive form, and wanted to make these antagonisms a lever of the movement for socialism. Bernstein, on the other hand, sees the realization of socialism in the possibility of making the poor rich. That is, he locates in the attenuation of class antagonisms and therefore in the petty bourgeoisie. True, Bernstein does not limit himself to the statistics of incomes. He furnishes statistics of economic enterprises, especially those of the following countries: Germany, France, England, Switzerland, Austria, and the U.S. But these statistics are not the comparative figures of different periods in each country, but of each period in different countries. We are not therefore offered, with the exception of Germany, which repeats the deal of contrast between 1895 and 1892, a comparison of the statistics of enterprises of a given country at different epochs, but the absolute figures for different countries, England in 1891, France in 1894, and the US in 1890, etc. He reaches the following conclusion: though it is true that large exploitation is already supreme in industry today, it nevertheless represents, including the enterprises dependent on it, even in a country as developed in Prussia, at most half of the population occupied in production. This is also true of Germany, England, Belgium, etc. What does he actually prove here? He proves not the existence of such or such a tendency of economic development, but merely the absolute relations of forces of different forms of enterprise, or, put in other words, the absolute relations of the various classes of our society. Now, if one wants to prove in this manner the impossibility of realizing socialism, one's reasoning must rest on the theory according to which the results of social efforts is decided by the relation of the numerical and material forces of the elements in the struggle, that is, by the mere factor of violence. In other words, Bernstein, who also thunders against Blanquism, himself falls into the grossest Blanquist error. There is this difference, however. To the Blanquists, I don't know what the Blanquists were. To the Blanquists, who represented an economic and revolutionary tendency, the possibility of the economic realization of socialism is quite natural. They build the chances of a violent revolution, even by a small minority, on this possibility. Sorry, I just saw Folding Ideas' scary docu about how alt-right politics became officially called unopposed. Haven't seen it. Did it just come out? I don't know. Tell me. They built the chances of a violent revolution even by a small minority on this possibility. Bernstein, on the contrary, infers from the numerical insufficiency of the socialist majority the impossibility of the economic realization of socialism. Social democracy does not, however, expect to attain its aim either as a result of the victorious violence of a minority, or through the numerical superiority of a majority. It sees socialism as a result of economic necessity, and the comprehension of that necessity, leading to the suppression of capitalism by the working masses. And this necessity manifests itself above all in the anarchy of capitalism. What is Bernstein's position on the defensive question of anarchy in capitalist economy? He denies only the great general crises. He does not deny partial and national crises. In other words, he refuses to see a great deal of the anarchy of capitalism. He sees only a little of it. He is, to use Marx's illustration, like the foolish virgin who had a child, but it was such a little one. I don't know what she's referring to. But the misfortune is that in matters such as economic anarchy, little and much are equally bad. If Bernstein recognizes the existence of a little of this anarchy, we may point out to him that by the mechanism of the market economy, this bit of anarchy will be extended to unheard of proportions and end in breakdown. But if Bernstein hopes to transform gradually his bit of anarchy into order and harmony, while maintaining the system of commodity production, he again falls into one of the fundamental errors of bourgeois political economy, according to which the mode of exchange is independent of the mode of production. Flat Earth one? Did that come out recently? I haven't seen it. This is not the place for a lengthy demonstration of Bernstein's surprising confusion concerning the most elementary principles of political economy. But there is one point to which we are led by the fundamental questions of capitalist anarchy that must be clarified immediately. Bernstein declares that Marx's labor theory of value is a mere abstraction, which, according to him, is a dirty word in political economy. But if the labor theory of value is only an abstraction, a mental image, then every normal citizen who has done military service and pays his taxes on time has the same right as Karl Marx to fashion his own mental image, to make his own law of value. Marx has as much right to neglect the qualities of commodities, since they are no more than the incarnation of quantities of simple human labor, as the economists of Böhm-Jevon's school have to abstract from all the qualities of commodities apart from their utility. To Bernstein, Marx's social labor and Menger's abstract utility are quite similar, pure abstractions. Bernstein forgets completely that Marx's abstraction is not a mental image, it is a discovery. It does not exist in Marx's head, but in the market economy. It has not an imaginary existence, but a real social existence, so real that it can be cut, hammered, weighed, and marked. The abstract human labor discovered by Marx is, in its developed form, no other than money. That is one of Marx's that is one of the greatest of Marx's discoveries, while to all bourgeois political economists, from the first of the mercantilists to the last of the classical economists, the mythical creature, money, remained a book with 7 seals. Thank you for the compliments of the reading. The Böhm-Yevon's abstract utility is in fact merely mental image, or more correctly, it is a representation of intellectual emptiness, a private absurdity for which neither capitalism nor any other society can be made responsible, but only vulgar bourgeois economics itself. Hugging their brainchild, Bernstein, Böhm, and Yevons, and the entire subjective fraternity can remain 20 years or more before the mystery of money, without arriving at a solution that is different from the one reached by any cobbler, namely that money is also a useful thing. Bernstein has lost all comprehension of Marx's law of value. Anybody with even a small understanding of Marxist economics can see without the law of value, Marx's doctrine is incomprehensible. Or to speak more correctly, for he who does not understand the nature of the commodity and its exchange, the entire economy of capitalism, with all its concatenations, must of necessity remain an enigma. What precisely was that key that enabled Marx to open the door to secrets of capitalist phenomena and solve with consummate ease problems that were not even suspected by the greatest minds of classic bourgeois economy? I'm on my phone. Are you wearing a mask inside your home when streaming? Yes. It was his conception of capitalist economy as a historic phenomenon, not merely in the sense recognized it in the best of cases by the classical economists, that is, when it concerns the feudal part of capitalism, but also insofar as it concerns the socialist future. Why? Because I always wear a mask. The secret of Marx's theory of value, of his analysis of the problem of money, of his theory of capital, of the theory of the rate of profit, and consequently of the entire existing economic system, is found in the transitory character of capitalism. The inevitability of its collapse leading, and this is only another aspect of the same phenomenon, to socialism. It is only because Marx looked at capitalism from a socialist viewpoint, that is, the historic viewpoint, that he was able to decipher the hieroglyphics of capitalist economy. And it is precisely because he took the socialist viewpoint as a point of departure for his analysis of bourgeois society that he was in the position to put socialism on a scientific basis. I'm not going to answer a question I'm reading. Why? This is the measure by which we evaluate Bernstein's remarks. He complains of the dualism found everywhere in Marx's monumental Capital. The work wishes to be a scientific study and prove at the same time a thesis that was completely elaborated a long time before the editing of the book. It is based on a schema that already contains the result to which he wants to lead. The result of the return to the Communist Manifesto, i.e. the socialist goal, RL, is that real life? Proves the existence of the vestiges of utopianism in Marx's doctrine. But what is Marx's dualism, if not the dualism of the socialist future and the capitalist present? It is the dualism of capitalism and labor, the dualism of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. It is the scientific relation of the dualism existing in bourgeois society, the dualism of the class antagonism arriving in the social order of capitalism. Reading or indoctrinating, What? Why do people who believe in communism never want to talk to Russian people? What are you on? I'm not going to waste my time on this. Bernstein's recognition of this theoretical dualism in Marx as a survival of utopianism is really his naive avowal that he denies the class antagonisms in capitalism. It is his confession that socialism has become for him only a survival of utopianism. What is Bernstein's monism, Bernstein's unity, but the internal unity of the capitalist regime? The unity of the former socialist who has renounced his aim and has decided to find in bourgeois society one and immutable, the goal of human development. Bernstein does not see in the economic structure of capitalism the development that leads to socialism. But in order to conserve his socialist program, at least in a form, he is obliged to take refuge in an idealist construction placed outside of all economic development. He's obliged to transform socialism itself from a definite historical phase of social development to an abstract principle. That is why the cooperative principle, the meager decantation of socialism by which Bernstein wishes to garnish capitalist economy, appears as a concession made not to the socialist future of society, but to Bernstein's own political past. I mean, to Bernstein's own socialist past. Okay. Fuck. Okay. It's almost 5. I'm gonna go eat. So when I come back, we're gonna be playing CK2. If you guys have any suggestions for what you want me to like play in the meantime, tell me, and I might play it. Otherwise, I'm probably just gonna play the Trump Access interview because it's funny. But for now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get high as fuck, eat pizza, around 10-15 minutes while this interview is going on. That's when I can start CK2, and then we'll do a playthrough, maybe 1 or 2 hours. I'll be high as fuck. It'll be hilarious, fun, probably. I don't know. And then, yeah, we can just continue from there. So, yeah. So give me around 10 to 20 minutes, and I'll be right back. We can start our CK2 memes. How about talking to South Vietnamese and mainland Cubans? What? Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Where am I going to find South Vietnamese and mainland Cubans? Plus, I just said I'm going to go eat. Why would, and then play CK2. How? I was just going to play a video in the meantime. Oh, did I not have the whole thing? Well, if that's not the whole... Maybe there's something on C-SPAN. Oh, was this an RNC? They don't upload really very often, which is surprising because I thought like C-SPAN is like, I thought they like really did a lot of shit. So I think they would upload more often. And sorry, it's applied to asking Russians. No. Like I fucking hate. I don't like the USSR, so I don't know how relevant that is. I even fucking know it was a Russian anyway. And so I fucking look at people's usernames before I respond to them. So, oh fuck. Maybe I can just play a general strike thing. I'm almost certain non-compete has put something on. Okay, I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna hope that non-compete isn't like mad or anything. I'm almost certain he's not gonna be mad. So like, yeah. And give the old like.
In 2009, in the midst of the financial crisis, the world went through a terrifying pandemic. H1N1 swine flu ripped its way across the planet, killing somewhere between 150,000 and 600,000 people. And we were lucky. It could have been so much. Death rate of about 0.02%, and people who recovered for the most part had no lasting disabilities. Today, we're in the midst of a new pandemic. COVID-19 is quite different from H1N1 and every other dangerous epidemic which has occurred in recent history. It's easier to spread than H1N1 or SARS. It has a death rate of at least 2%, and there is evidence that many who recover may go on to suffer from permanent lung damage for the rest of their lives. Now, right away, let me say this. Don't panic. And always have a towel. But you should take this pandemic very seriously, especially if you live in the USA where I'm from, where the government is failing to provide urgently needed relief and basic support to the working class. Across the USA, the richest nation in the world, we see a clear pattern. Wealthy elites are willing to expose workers to a deadly virus for profits, yet they deny us basic human rights like universal health care and living wages. We are the richest nation in human history. However, because of rampant wealth inequality, all of that money is trapped at the top with the wealthy elites who control our government, and they are failing miserably to work towards aggressive containment of the pandemic and to protect our lives. Now, it's not because they didn't see this coming. We've known for decades that a massive pandemic would crop back up eventually. And we can't blame this all on Donald Trump. Barack Obama was president for 8 years before Trump took office, and he left the country woefully unprepared for this kind of public health crisis. Yes, he did pass the Affordable Care Act, but it was inadequate before this pandemic, and now we can see that it is completely inadequate for a massive crisis like we're facing today. The truth is, we've known that we would have another huge outbreak of a deadly disease since the Spanish flu of 1918. Our leaders have had over a century to prepare for this kind of pandemic, and here we are, caught with our pants down. And it certainly can't be said that we can't afford to mount a proper response to COVID-19. Even small, poor, developing countries like Vietnam, El Salvador, and Cuba are taking major steps to take care of every member of society, and even members of other societies, regardless of wealth. So what's the problem? Why isn't the United States doing more to protect us from this disease? The answer is simple, and it's chilling. They simply do not care. You see, the only thing stopping the USA from providing the support that we desperately need in this situation is callousness and greed. The wealthy elites who run our country simply don't value our lives, but they do value our labor, and specifically the profits they make off of our labor. And this is why it is time for a general strike. Around the world, we can see free market capitalism failing. Too little is being done too late to protect us from the disease. Countless working poor people are having to go to work with symptoms because we can't afford to take time off. To prove that it doesn't take a lot of money to protect the population from COVID-19, let's take a look at a small, poor, developing country in Southeast Asia, Vietnam. Yes, Vietnam. When the pandemic broke out, Vietnam was one of the first nations to get hit. The first known cases of COVID-19 in Vietnam were discovered on January 23rd of 2020. Fortunately, the government was prepared for pandemic and instantly sprung into action. Schools and many institutions and gatherings were quickly shut down and are still shut down today. From the very beginning, Vietnam has provided free testing, healthcare, housing, and food to anyone who may have been exposed while under mandatory quarantine or, if they're sick, until they're fully recovered. The state is also paying all quarantine workers a stipend of 90% of the country's minimum wage. Vietnam is a developing country, and yet they are doing a much better job of protecting every human being in their country. Vietnam's slogan during this crisis is "No one left behind," and their generous containment and support package is working. The USA could absolutely afford to provide this level of care and emergency relief for all of us. The per capita income of Vietnam is many, many times less than that of the USA, and their federal budget is minuscule compared to the massive spending of the United States federal government. The key difference here is that the wealthy elites in the United States simply do not value the lives of working people enough to provide these kinds of programs. As workers struggle in fear, uncertain of our futures, wealthy elites are flying off in private chartered jets to hide away in luxurious bunkers during the pandemic. Many more are enjoying the care of personal doctors during this crisis. Celebrities and athletes are able to get tested for COVID-19 without symptoms, while many workers who have symptoms aren't even able to take off work because they can't afford the sick leave. The wealthy are leaving us to die in private jets, to hide in their bunkers while we continue to work for their profits. Since the stock market began to drop a couple weeks ago, the USA Fed has been able to immediately generate over $2 trillion to protect the interests of capital. The USA has an incredible capacity to help and almost limitless resources, far more resources than Vietnam. Our so-called leaders simply choose to withhold them from us because they simply do not care about our lives. This disease is much more likely to kill the elderly, the poor and uninsured, the immunocompromised. Systemic neglect in the United States has always constituted a form of genocide of the impoverished and the disabled and the chronically ill. But in the context of a pandemic, the cruelty of denying the human right of health care is even more apparent. There's really not much different between now and a few weeks ago before this pandemic spread out as far as the death toll of healthcare. It's just accelerated and far more visible now. As we see here, decades of capitalist and racist propaganda about the superiority of the USA and Europe are crumbling before our eyes. It's time for all of us, the workers of America, to rise up and build a better society that cares for every human being, not just wealthy elites. This level of neglect is dangerous for each and every one of us. It is time to demand the attention of the government and of wealthy elites and force them to release desperately needed resources. The government must provide the health care, containment, and wages which they've withheld from us for far too long. They are wealthy because of our labor. It's time to withhold that labor from them. It's time for a general strike. And what is a general strike? Traditionally, general strikes involve trade unions from various industries coming together to strike together in solidarity. The first general strike in modern history was in the USA in 1835 in Philadelphia, and the last general strike in America was just after World War II in Oakland. Lately, there have been general strikes around the world, notably in Spanish Catalonia, in Hong Kong, in France, and in India. And we feel the time is right now for our own general action against the capitalist elites of the USA. But general strikes typically involve masses of workers going out into the streets and picketing and disrupting business. We obviously can't do that during a dangerous pandemic like this, and labor in the USA isn't nearly as organized as it once was. We don't have strong unions from coast to coast like we did back in the mid-20th century, so how can we possibly have a general strike? The truth is, if we define a general strike strictly in terms of what has been done before, we can't have a general strike. It would be foolish and irresponsible to come together in large masses right now during this pandemic, even if we could. And if you asked me if we should have a general strike just a couple of weeks ago, I would have said absolutely not. We are not ready. Actions like this require a massive amount of organizing and preparation. We need to have trade unions in all sorts of industries that we don't have right now. I'll link to a great article in the description. It's called No More Fake Strikes. It was written about 6 months ago, and it talks about a lot of cases in which naive, middle-class leftists have recently called for general strikes without doing the major legwork and organizing that's required to pull off a mass action like a general strike. And I agree with this article 100%. As its author, Joe Burns, points out, we must not have a general strike by proclamation only. That would be a waste of time and, frankly, an insult to the millions of workers who have engaged in real general strikes throughout the history of the labor movement. But this is an extraordinary situation, an extraordinary threat to the lives of millions of people, and an extraordinary opportunity to stand up united to save lives and bring about radical change. I don't want to discount the work that this is going to take. I don't want to say that this is going to be easy. I want to make it clear that this is going to require a lot of organizing and groundwork and drudgery and toil from all of us to get this going. And we're going to have to do it fast. But I believe it can be done. I believe in the working class. I believe in the strength and the generosity and the potential of our working class, especially given these circumstances. Right now, a lot of us are at home anyway, and I see so many posts on Twitter and Facebook about binge watching Netflix and playing Animal Crossing, which, that's fine. We have to decompress. We have to self-care right now. It is a stressful situation, but think about it. If you just spent a fraction of the time that you spent decorating your virtual island, sitting at your computer and helping to organize this activity, imagine what we can get done. And in many ways, this movement has already begun, and it needs our backing. Already, there are workers at McDonald's, Amazon, Whole Foods, and several other large companies striking to demand better conditions, treatment, and compensation through this crisis. These workers need our support and our loyalty and our solidarity, so let's give it to them. Let's support these workers and join them and build a real movement that spans the USA, demanding a serious response to this historic health crisis. A lot of people complain that I'm misusing the word general strike or that this won't be a general strike or it can't be a general strike. I'm obviously talking about something totally different than anything that we've ever seen before. We need to develop a plan of action that will be innovative, flexible, and safe and humane for workers during this public health crisis. So why am I even calling it a general strike? Well, it's because I want to include workers generally from all fields and industries, and I want to promote generalized activity that might take many different forms in various locations. Maybe general strike isn't the best term for what we're doing. Somebody else can come up with a better name for it. Maybe there's already a better name out there. Some of our comrades are using the term care strike, which sounds good to me. Honestly, I don't care what we call it. I just want us to act. So what's the plan? Well, right now, we're just a handful of people, and to be perfectly honest, we're not very organized or cohesive yet. That's why we need you. We need as many individuals and organizations agreeing that radical action is needed, then taking the initiative to self-organize and come together and form a coalition of action. Then we take the steps to pull together this cohesive and distributed network of activity, and we take the fight to the wealthy elites who are restricting us care that we need desperately. I personally believe in platformism, which involves various organizations and local action teams working together towards the same goal in various ways. Now, first of all, I know that there's a big problem with infighting on the left. I'm already seeing a lot of Marxist-Leninists and anarchists and social democrats and liberals and everybody fighting about, tiddly little points of ideology. And I think that's not what we need to be doing right now. There is a time for repose and discourse and debate and infighting to productively try to find the best solutions. But right now we are in an emergency situation. And I do believe that it's time to suspend that infighting and for all of us to put our noses to the grindstone or whatever that freaking weird expression is. It's time for us to work and act. And maybe we don't work together. I'm not asking anybody to work with anybody that you don't trust. I'm not asking you to have, like kumbaya leftist unity. I'm just saying it's time for us all to do what we can with the people we're comfortable working with, and not a time for squabbling and fighting about things that don't really matter at this particular moment. There's a time for action, and that time is now. And we also need platformism geographically. Tactics that work for food service workers in New York City might be very different from those that are available to workers in the rural Southeast. We'll need to make decisions on a localized basis, but we'll also need to network our groups together and communicate nationally to strengthen and support each other's movements. And I'll talk about that more in just a second, but first, let's talk about our demands. A decision we need to make right away is what we are demanding. Now, we're suggesting 3 very basic demands for the general national movement. Each of these demands was chosen because this pandemic is showing how desperately they are needed, and if these demands are met, it would save a lot of lives. The first demand is universal health care, and I'm recommending that this be modeled on Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign platform of universal health care. Free and full physical and mental health for every human being in the United States without exception. If this already existed in the United States, this pandemic would not be nearly as devastating to the working class as it has been. Second demand is living wages. Again, if workers were paid a living wage, we would have decent savings. We wouldn't be saddled with so much debt. It would be much easier for us to call in sick when we need to, such as during a pandemic. And finally, I'm suggesting at the bare minimum, urgent emergency response to COVID-19. No more murderous neglect of the working class. And I'm suggesting that we base our demands on the Vietnam model. Mandatory quarantines for everyone who may have been exposed, with free food and shelter provided, free testing, and free health care for those who are sick until fully recovered, as well as a cash stipend for anyone who's in this terrible situation. This is the bare minimum, mind you. Other activists are demanding more already, and we are open to expanding on our demands. Some other demands we might want to consider adding to our platform are things like prison reform and support for Native American and indigenous groups who are suffering unduly because of this crisis. The point is, we need to begin pushing for radical change directly. This should be just the beginning of a wider, long-term campaign to build the society we all want to live in. This is only the first step of a long and exciting journey that we will be taking together. So let's get on the same page about what we're demanding, and then let's get to work. So who should join the strike? Well, every workplace ideally would be organized and should join if possible, but perhaps we could start by supporting and encouraging workers at the companies you see on the screen right now. These are giant, wealthy corporations that do not provide workers with paid sick leave by default. These corporations have demonstrated a willingness to put their employees on the front lines, exposing them to risk of infection in fast food, retail, and service and hospitality jobs, yet they do not, by default, provide paid sick leave. This is the savage cruelty of capitalism. Even the emergency paid sick leave package that was recently approved by Congress is woefully inadequate. For one thing, it doesn't cover gig economy workers like Uber drivers, mini delivery drivers, and countless other workers who are being forced to work and interact on the front lines with the public throughout this ordeal. And the congressional paid sick leave package only covers 10 days total when many COVID-19 patients are incapacitated for weeks. Countless workers are falling through the cracks of our system. One worker, Danny Eschini, I believe that's how you say it, recently had to pay almost $35,000 to receive treatment for COVID-19. Other workers have had to pay between $3,000 and $4,000 just for testing, and many, many more workers report being forced to go into work with flu-like symptoms because they can't afford to take time off of work. That's not just endangering themselves, it's also endangering everyone that they interact with while they're working. The government is failing to protect us, and it's all because they don't value our lives. We have to protect our own lives. American capitalists will profit from your labor, but they will not protect you. Through mutual aid, through direct action, and through building our own power structures, we have a clear path forward. We can demand relief from COVID-19 and force changes that will provide more stability and security for every person in the USA during this pandemic and beyond. All we have to do is come together, work together, organize, and plan. Wealthy elites have shown that they do not care about you. I'll say it again, they do not care about you. You have to understand that. They've shown that they will leave us to die. This is why we have to pull together and fight for our own lives. This is a matter of self-defense. It's a matter of defending the people who have the least in our society. Many of us remember the financial crisis of 2008, and during those times, we were isolated. We didn't pull together, we were frightened, and we politely struggled through the mess which wealthy elites had made for us as individuals. At the rate things are going now, we are likely headed for an even worse financial situation as COVID-19 continues to spread and our economy grinds to a halt. Capitalism is not prepared for this, but we must be. This time, we must not be so polite as we were in the last financial crisis. This time, we must pull together and demand the systemic changes we so desperately need. Capitalism is vulnerable right now. The wealthy are vulnerable. A relatively small number of striking workers would have a much deeper impact at this moment than at any other time in my life. And something else. Have you ever heard of the shock doctrine? The basic idea is that neoliberal and fascist regimes use public crises as an excuse and a distraction to sneak through unpopular, draconian policies while the public is distracted. And you guessed it, the United States government is enacting the shock doctrine right now. To begin with, Senator Lindsey Graham from my home state of South Carolina, is working right now to quietly but forcefully push through the Earn It Act. This legislation would make end-to-end encryption on social media and communication platforms essentially unavailable. It's a bit complicated, but you really should know about this, so I'll put a link in the description to an article that explains the whole thing in detail. TLDR, trust me, it's a scary law. It's going to give the government far-reaching surveillance rights over your personal online communications. You do not want this to happen, especially if you're a political activist or a journalist or something like that. And check this out. Right now, the Department of Justice is secretly asking Congress to suspend constitutional rights during the pandemic. This is scary stuff. There's so much going on right now, but we have to pay attention to this. Do you see what they're doing? The people who run our country are using this global emergency, this pandemic, this crisis to grab more power and to take away your rights. The United States government does these things because they believe they can get away with it. We have to show them that we will no longer allow them to do as they please at our expense. The only way to stop them is to organize, communicate, and reach out to each other. Now, a few days ago, I posted a call to action for immediate organization of a general strike on Twitter and Medium.com, and many have been skeptical that such an undertaking could be made in the USA in a short amount of time. And it's been so long since the USA has had a general strike, most of us don't even really know what one looks like. I've received criticism that my call to action is too vague, that I'm not outlining exactly which organizations and trade unions will be participating, that I'm not offering an exact roadmap to victory, that I'm not listing out step by step exactly what needs to be done to pull this off. I'll tell you the truth, I don't know exactly what needs to be done. Listen, I think it's time to get personal. I'm kind of in over my head here. I have experience with activism and I used to work in political communications, but that was all at the state and local level within electoral politics, and I've never been directly involved in worker organization. I have talked to hundreds of labor organizers around the world. I've read a lot of literature from the IWW and other organizing experts, but at the end of the day, I'm just a YouTuber. I can't put all this together on my own. I can help, I can support, I can signal boost, but I can't prescribe or predict the exact form that this general strike will take. And that's why I'm making this video right now. I'm making this video to come to you and ask you for your support, your participation, and if you have experience in this kind of thing, your guidance. I don't want to run this movement. I can't lead this movement. I need you to come and do that. So the rest of this video is going to be about tactic and strategy. I'm going to throw out some of my ideas that I think might be effective for building a mass workers movement across the USA and having a general strike like this, but not all of these ideas are going to work in every situation. Some of them might even be bad ideas. So different communities are going to have different needs and opportunities. Different organizations are going to have different assets and restrictions. And that's why I'm asking you to come together and decide collectively what this movement is going to look like. All I know is that this is a threat and an opportunity, but I don't know which measures are going to be most effective or which activities are going to make the most sense, especially for your local circumstances. I can give you a basic vision and encourage you to connect with your fellow workers and start putting together a plan that makes sense for your situation, but that's pretty much it. I believe that this can work, but for it to work, we have to build a decentralized, ground-up movement. Now, I'm already working with a few other people to do some planning and organizing, and I am aware of some other exciting projects that are currently in the works. And of course, there are the striking workers at McDonald's and Whole Foods and Amazon that need our support, but we need a lot more participation, more voices, more diversity, and more help organizing. So we're counting on you, if you're able, to come into our movement and participate, share your perspective, and get the ball rolling. If you've never been involved with activism or organizing, it might be daunting, it might be difficult to know where to begin, but the most important thing to remember is that unity and organization will lead to success. Organization and planning needs to happen right now. I've done a few videos on organizing and tactics. I'll put the links to those in the description. But we need to be having productive meetings and organization that will lead to action. Talk is cheap. We need to make our plans and put them in place. This must not be a strike by proclamation only. Here's what you can do right now to begin building this kind of platformist, decentralized activity network if you just have no idea where to begin. If you're a member of a union or a workers group, start talking about this general strike idea right now. We don't suggest that you have in-person meetings during this pandemic for obvious reasons, but what you can do is bring it up in online spaces and try to find at least one or two other workers at your workplace or in your area or in your group who are willing to work with you to start organizing. If you're not already in a group, we can recommend the IWW, the DSA, the Socialist Rifle Association, the John Brown Gun Club, Redneck Revolt, Earth Strike, Fight for 15, and Food Not Bombs, and there are a lot of others, as potential groups with chapters across America which might have members interested in participating. If you're already in a trade union, you should also spread awareness about our campaign among your fellow workers. Same goes for tenant unions and other political and activist organizations. You can also check in with your local Bernie Sanders campaign members and volunteers to spread awareness and try to leverage that massive organization for radical change. In fact, Bernie's already raising money for mutual aid groups, and we have a petition going right now to try to get Bernie Sanders to support our call for a general strike. It's not likely he's going to actually ever see it, but it could raise awareness for our campaign. So I'm going to put a link to that in the description as well, and I hope that you'll sign it and share that around. Anyway, once you have put together a core team of activists, it's time to start planning. Identify the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats in your particular community or situation. Identify tactics and strategies that'll work well for your group or your area, as well as things that probably won't work, and try to figure out what barriers stand in your way and come up with plans for dismantling those barriers as efficiently as possible. Now that you have a basic plan in place, though, it's time to start recruiting more support and reaching out to other organizations. Try to get other workers involved and excited about your specific campaign, and look for mutual aid opportunities with other groups. And remember to practice good security hygiene, and also remember to protect all members from the ongoing pandemic. That means, washing your hands and not touching your face and avoiding contamination and spreading that disease. Networking across the nation is going to be vital for our success. Virtual networking, of course. You might have resources in your community that other groups are lacking. Together, we can build a strong, decentralized network of activists across the whole country, working together to coordinate our actions and demand radical change. And there are a lot of strategies that are available. First of all, mutual aid networks need to be established and reinforced rapidly. We need to have answers for every question and solutions to every problem. When you're talking to somebody about organizing and having a strike, they're going to ask you, what am I going to do about food? What am I going to do about my rent? How am I going to keep myself from being evicted? How are we going to communicate if the internet goes out? It's time to plan and organize and have answers to those questions before you start talking to people. Here are some other potential strategies and tactics. I think the best general guide I've found for organizing activity in general is a PDF on organizing. It's just called organize.pdf. I'll put a link to that in the description. You'll find tons of great advice in that document, but remember that you'll need to tailor that advice to our situation here in this pandemic. The IWW also has a lot of great resources, and I'll link to those as well. But now on to the exciting stuff, the strikes. We're advocating for 3 different kinds of strikes combined to put maximum pressure on the wealthy elites who control our government. Labor strikes should be considered right now for a variety of reasons. For starters, capital is vulnerable right now. The stock market is dropping fast, and capitalists are worried about those profits. Not only that, but workers are already striking, and we need to support those workers and add as much leverage to their movement as possible. If you can join the strike, you're strengthening what they're doing, and they'll be strengthening what you're doing. It's the kind of thing where the more of us participate, the more powerful we all are. We should be doing whatever we can to reach out to workers at large corporations which do not provide paid sick leave or good health care. If these workers are able to stay at home, they'll be protecting their own lives, the health of the general public, and they'll be delivering a powerful message to wealthy elites who profit from our labor. We will not risk our own safety for you when you aren't even supporting us in this crisis. Sick outs are a great way to structure our labor strikes. Having as many workers as possible call in sick simultaneously will deliver the message loud and clear. And if you're asked to work at home, unite with your fellow workers and refuse. Make it clear that the reason you're not working is because you are demanding radical change. Turn the social distancing we're all supposed to be participating in anyway into a political act, and let the capitalist class know that we won't be returning to work until each and every one of us is granted universal health care and a living wage and a promise that is delivered for urgent care during health crises like this. Labor strikes get results, and most of us should be staying home anyway, so let's defend our own health and safety and make a strong political statement by attacking the profits of our wealthy oppressors. Rent strikes are another option. Landlords and property management companies across the country are delivering callous messages to tenants, threatening them with eviction if they don't pay rent on time, even in the context of this pandemic. Your landlord does not care about you. They only care about your money, and if they can't profit off of you, they will leave you on the street to die. Speaking of which, homeless people are particularly hit hard by this virus. Not only do they completely lack access to health care, they can't even properly self-distance or shelter in place or take care of their own hygiene and nutrition needs. Every homeless person in the United States should be sheltered, especially in a time like this. There are 6 times more empty houses than there are homeless people in the USA, and this is outrageous at any time, but especially during a major public emergency like this. Rent strikes will show the propertied class that we mean business, and we do not intend to go on being exploited through this pandemic. If you live in a housing complex or an apartment building, try to organize with your neighbors and make it clear that you won't be paying rent until the very meager demands of the working class are met. Here's a very basic set of instructions from CrimeThink on rent striking. I'll just, read it out loud. So, story time, kids. Rent strike now. Even if you can't afford your rent or mortgage, others can't. If we all strike, the most vulnerable will be safer. 1. Write an open letter declaring that you and others aren't going to pay. 2. Create an online hub where people and groups can sign on to the letter. Google Forms or Docs is a good way to do this. 3. Share the letter far and wide. A Facebook group called Rent Strike Your City is a good way to reach people. If there's a local mutual aid org on Facebook, ask them to start the group. 4. Set up legal support and coordinate eviction defense in your community. 5. Strike. On March 31st, we all send a letter to every landlord and bank. The end. Of course, it doesn't have to be March 31st. It depends on your circumstances. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good guideline for a rent strike. I'll put a link in the description to a rent strike form letter you can use as a template. Debt striking is another potentially viable strategy. When we're all trying to figure out how we're going to pay for basic life necessities and the world is in chaos, why should we be worrying about credit card bills? The average worker in the USA has less than $1,000 in the bank, lives paycheck to paycheck, and has over $6,000 in credit card debt. That's not even counting the tens of thousands of dollars many of us are straddled with for student debt or medical debt, ironically. The crisis is a perfect time to refuse to pay our debts collectively. If thousands of us refuse to pay our harsh, unjust debts, we will be sending a strong and clear message that we have solidarity in a time of crisis and refuse to be exploited when our lives are in danger. Now is not the time for these giant, wealthy corporations to be profiting off of our debt and interest payments. Debt striking is available to any and every worker and should be strongly considered by each and every one of us, but we have to do it in a coordinated manner to make sure that the debt collecting companies know exactly why we aren't giving in to their cruel demands. And of course, there are many other options available to us. If you have ideas for effective direct actions that we can use against oppression and exploitation during this pandemic, please share them with the world. You can use the hashtags GeneralStrike2020, RentStrike2020, and CareStrike. And there are plenty of other things you can do from home. Make memes, write articles, produce videos to raise awareness and recruit more workers to our movement. Host fundraising drives and live streams to raise money to relieve striking workers and provide mutual aid to people who are suffering. Put together phone zaps to put pressure on politicians and corporate offices. It's time to get creative and come together to present a united front for relief and radical change. Coordination and communication between various groups will be key to our success. Representatives from every group and organization should be sent out, virtually of course, to network and correspond with other groups. We should be in constant contact to help each other with needs and to signal boost each other and each other's efforts. There are a few platforms you could consider. Of course, there's Discord. That's not particularly secure. A lot of people recommend Keybase, and there's also Riot, which is based on Matrix. If you don't know what those mean, I'll put links in the description. Check those out. We should also consider a wave strategy where strikes and actions occur in waves across the country from day to day or week to week. Maybe it's by industry. So maybe food workers strike today, and then hotel workers strike tomorrow. Maybe it's by geographic region. Maybe it's some kind of a mix. The point is a wave strategy can help us to sustain the movement and spread it out over a larger geographical area without putting too much strain on any group of workers. This will show capitalists also across the nation that the working class is united and coordinated, and we're working together. And finally, and very importantly, we should stand united with indigenous groups in all of these efforts. Decolonization should be an important component of our platform in the longer term. Indigenous and Native American groups are experienced with these kinds of prolonged struggles, and they've been making great strides lately. We should support these groups with their goals and look to them as examples of how to fight against harsh odds. We should offer our help to them and ask them for guidance and leadership, since they know what they're doing when it comes to protracted struggle. We should definitely find ways to have a mutual aid relationship with Indigenous activists. If we provide mutual aid support to Indigenous groups, we'll be showing that we are serious about liberating everyone from exploitation and oppression. So let's humbly offer up our growing network of activists to Indigenous groups to help them continue their struggle as we take up our own. We can learn a lot from them just by helping them and working with them. We can work together to build a future where all of us are free. Now let's talk a little bit more about mutual aid networks. I've mentioned them a few times. If you're not sure what that means, these are just groups where people help each other out, and they're popping up all over the USA. I'll link to a couple of maps from It's Going Down and Black Socialists in America, but a lot of these groups are flying lower on the radar. No matter where you live, there's a good chance that there are already at least one or two groups working to build a mutual aid system in your area. And if not, of course you can start one yourself. Contact the nearest or largest group in your area and ask them for help getting set up. That's what mutual aid is all about. And we can make these mutual aid networks go national. We can start making inventories of assets and needs that we have and potential pitfalls that might be just ahead. And of course, striking workers are likely to need food, shelter, and money, but what other resources are they going to need? What other kinds of ways can we help striking workers and people who are going through a hard time during this pandemic? Building robust mutual aid networks now will have huge returns in the long term, even beyond the pandemic situation. We should look to groups like Food Not Bombs for ideas on food distribution. We should look, again, to the International Anti-Fascist Defense Fund for a good model on striking worker solidarity funds. Do you have any skills or resources that may be of use to your local community or to the online movement? Do you have a vegetable garden or a van or a truck that can be used to distribute goods? Do you know how to set up a Riot server or a Keybase server, or do other kinds of online organization? Can you donate money? Do you have, a little nest egg you could maybe share with your fellow striking workers? Think carefully and see what you can do or provide to help organize support structures and help your fellow workers. So when does this all begin? Well, for a lot of workers, it already has. We already have workers striking right now. And the sooner we are able to support them and join them in solidarity, the more likely they will be able to have their demands met. And the more likely we're going to be able to grow this into a real movement. So when should you start your first action? That's really up to you and the other members of your group. But the best guidance that we can give you is work to act as soon as possible. Remember, this movement is on the ground floor right now, but it is happening right now. This is your opportunity to help us make history, save lives, and change the world. Things are small and pretty disorganized right now, but this is only the beginning. Act now. Join us now. Do not wait until tomorrow. Let's fight to save our own lives and the lives of our loved ones. If you have any questions or ideas, leave a comment below. And if you're very serious about helping us organize, send an email to generalstrike2020@gmail.com, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible with resources and information about how we can start bringing this movement together. This is the most important thing that's ever happened in my life. It's the most important video I've ever made so far. This is the most important project I've ever been a part of. But I know that united we can succeed. We can change the world. This is a scary time to be alive. It seems like months are passing by every day. We don't know what the future holds, but I do believe that this can be an opportunity for all of us. It's time for us to take all the theory that we've been talking about on this channel and other channels and in the Facebook groups and in the Twitter threads and in the Reddits, subreddits. It's time for us to take all of those words and put them into action. It's time to act. Please don't spend time squabbling with people about your tendency versus their tendency. Now is not the time for us to dawdle and waste time like that. It is important stuff. in normal circumstances, but these are not normal circumstances. This is an existential threat to a lot of people's lives, and it's an enormous opportunity for the working class and for the labor movement of the United States of America and the world. So thank you for watching. Once again, I'm American Johnson. This is Non-Compete. Stay safe, and please take care of each other. And I do want to thank my patrons for supporting this channel. Things have been really weird lately. I've had strep throat. That's why my voice probably sounds a little weird. Yeah, the pandemic's just had me and Luna thrown for a loop. Yeah, this is what we want to start focusing on for a while. It might have impact on our content generally. Not sure exactly what's coming down the pipe, but we're going to try to keep making videos. We're going to try to keep doing live streams, talking to activists around the world, and keeping you informed. So thank you so much for your support and your patience through this crisis situation. I know that a lot of you have had to stop supporting us. That's fine. We do not expect anyone to be supporting us. You know, if you're having financial hardships right now, take care of yourself first and foremost. And yeah, be safe. And thank you for your support. Even if you had to stop giving it, thank you for the support you've given up until now. And if you do have, you know, a dollar or two, this kind of content, consider supporting some Patreon. But if that is something you can do. Yeah, thanks again.
We should lift our heads to the heavens, take a deep breath, survey the chaos, agony, and destruction, and gather our emotions into one mighty howl of rage. Fuck you, virus, with your gelatinous outer skin, and your stupid golf ball shape. Fuck your 2 week delay in revealing human rights. Fuck your way of hiding on door handles and lurking on envelopes, and maybe just like in supermarkets. Fuck you for frightening us of a simple car, and stopping us hugging those we love. Fuck you for fucking our loans. Fuck you for fucking our education. But fuck knows, we're coming to you fast. We're coming for you with our math and our clever equations. We're coming for you with our science and our stats. We're going to do you in with our brains. You can't fuck with us. We're going to fuck you to the death and win.
And that time is now. And we also need platformism geographically. Tactics that work for food service workers in New York City might be very different from those that are available to workers in the rural Southeast. We'll need to make decisions on a localized basis, but we'll also need to network our groups together and communicate nationally to strengthen and support each other's movements. And I'll talk about that more in just a second, but first, let's talk about our demands. A decision we need to make right away is
look
what
at my fucking
demanding.
recommendations.
Now, we're
You can tell how much
suggesting
fucking
very basic
Toho I've
demands
been
in
listening to
general.
over
Each
the
of
past
these was chosen
fucking, like, I
because
don't know,
this
couple of
pandemic is
days.
showing how
All I'm
desperate
getting, especially fucking this
Save
covers by
our
this guy.
lives.
Oh my
The
god.
first demand is universal health care. And
I've
I'm
been
recommending that this
listening to
be
Toho.
modeled on Bernie Sanders' campaign platform. Free and full physical and mental health for every human being in the United States.
I'm trying to get,
If
because
this already exists in the United States, this pandemic would turn equally as devastating to more than 500,000. Second demand is living wage. If workers were paid a living wage, we would have decent savings. We wouldn't be saddled with so much debt. It would be much easier for us to follow the sick we need to, such as during a pandemic. Finally, I'm suggesting an urgent emergency response. No more murderous and threats. I'm suggesting that we base our demands on mandatory charges for everyone who may have been exposed to potential providing intensity and free health care for those who are sick or recovered, as well as a cash stipend for anyone who is zero. This is the bare minimum. Other activists are demanding more already, and we are open to expanding our demands. Some other demands we might want to consider adding to our platform are things like prison reform and support for Native American and indigenous groups who are suffering unduly because of this crisis. The point is, we need to begin pushing for radical change directly. This should
Sorry,
be
I just smoked.
beginning of
By the way,
wider,
high as
long-term
fuck right now.
build a society we all want to live in.
Yeah.
This is only the
High as
first
fuck.
step of a long an exciting journey together. So let's get on the same page about what we're demanding, and then let's get into it. So who should join the circle? Well, every work is ideally organized and should join the process. But perhaps we could start by supporting and encouraging workers in the company we see on the screen right now. These are giant, wealthy corporations that do not provide workers with paid sick leave. These corporations have demonstrated willingness to put their employees on the front line, exposing them to risk of infection in fast food, retail, and service and hospitality jobs that they do not, by default, provide paid sick leave. This is the savage cruelty of capitalism. Even the emergency paid sick leave package that was recently.
It's so loud though. Fuck. It's so loud. I'm gonna try to turn it down with the volume mixer. Actually, I'm just gonna turn down this fucking music. It's the music that's loud. Oh my god, this shit is so loud. Fuck this music. Wonderful, why you wear a mask? Because I feel like it's... Oh wait, fuck. Oh my god, I started the wrong thing. Because like I was playing as the Valerian Freehold a while ago. And okay, so I'm gonna need to restart the shit. I was playing in the Valerian Freehold right now, but I wanted to play as like the regular timeline for the Ashai shit. Hold on, did my thing stop? Did my thing stop? I think it stopped. Ah, fuck. What the fuck? Is it not connected? The heck? That's weird. I'm not sure why it's not using my webcam. Hold on, let me start it and just hold on, I'm gonna have to select different mods. Okay, what the fuck? What the fuck? Now it's not even... Oh my god, it's so loud. Okay, finally it shows up. And it doesn't turn on. Hold on, I have to activate it. I hate when I get technical difficulties when I'm high. I always feel stressed. But at least it's good now. Okay, let's go. We're playing as the aSoIaF. We're just gonna make a completely original character. Okay? Completely original. So this is our own timeline. I don't know, we're gonna start from like as early as possible. I don't know when that is, if it's like Robert's Rebellion or whatever. we can like kill Robert. I don't know, but we're starting way in the fucking like east of Essos, so like that's way off from like where like any of the shit that happens in the books is. George R. Martin just likes to fill in some details in his world, so he added that shit in, but no one really knows anything about it. Like a couple of details, but I think like we generally have more like of a free reign to just kind of like fuck around and ruin a bunch of shit and it not like affecting much about like the stuff happening in Westeros. Though it will be funny to see how that stuff actually ends up going on as opposed to the normal timeline, because I doubt Crusaders Kings is gonna generate the exact same timeline. I don't think it ever does. What the fuck? Oh my god. That's not what I wanted. Well, I just have to wait for it to not load. Or, I don't know if it's even gonna crash or what. It might even crash, because I'm using different mods. Oh, fuck. Well, let's see. Okay. Let's quit. We're starting a new game. Oh wait, oh fuck. I pressed quit, I meant main menu. Fuck. Okay, let's try this shit again. Finally! Okay. Don't click continue. New game. Alright. Fucking custom game setup. As early as possible. Century. I don't even know what that is. Oh, this is, I guess, when the Valyrian Freehold collapsed. And some shit happened. I don't know. Is this Valyria? Okay. Hold on, let me look at the political menu. Oh, aSoIaF is small here in this timeline. What does it look like in like the current day? Oh, not different. Okay. Well, Century does. Okay. Oh wow. I don't want to play with that guy. I want to play as the king. Is the Shadow Counselor the king, or is that just some guy? The Shadow Mountains, and this is the Shadow Counselor. Yeah, I think this is the guy. Okay, we're making a new guy. He's gonna be aSoIaF. We're changing this fucking mask. Fuck this shit. Character is a male. Fuck that. Alright. The eyes. I would fucking know what her eyes look like because she's wearing the mask. Get this mask off. Mask off. Where's the thing for the mask? Hold on. No. This, no. Maybe it's because she's fucking, she got the, no? How do I get this mask off her? I can't design her if I don't even know what she looks like. Randomize? Nah, that doesn't work. Okay, so it doesn't look like anything can be changed from here. Is this like a bug? Fuck, if this is a bug, I'm just gonna be upset. It's probably a bug. Okay, let's skip forward in the timeline then. Oh, you know, the years. We gotta get the years. Well, another guy with a mask. Are they just born with masks? Hold up. Let me skip forward in the shit. Hold up. All of these niggas have masks! These niggas are born with masks. Alright. I guess I shouldn't be scorning the mask. Good enough. You're not allowed to have a beard. It's not allowed. I guess the mask is gonna be on for just forever, I guess. Which is so weird, like, I'm changing these attributes about them, but it doesn't really, like, matter, because, like, they all it's basically the same, because, like, the fucking mask, I don't know what it'll look like. Okay, let's go to the attributes. I don't care about the coat of arms. Alright, traits. Okay, I always like... Yo, what is my name, bro? This nigga's name is Nindu Cook. Dude, is that a racial slur, bro? Bro. Nindu Cook. This actually sounds like like some weird like alt-right shit. I'm like not even kidding. Nindu Kuga Nig Sun what? Niksuni. I can't even read that shit. I'm too high to read this shit. Nig. I'm too high to read this shit. I'm sorry. Niksumunu. Alright, bro. You do you. Okay, I always like the guys I start off with to be geniuses, because that shit is inheritable and it is OP as fuck. Hold on, there's the genius trait. Where's the genius trait? Genius. Are you genius? Genius. Oh my, wait, I think it's at the top. I think it's supposed to be at the top. There it is. Okay. I don't want to be inbred. That shit fucks you up in terms of gameplay. Can I take club-footed? Yeah, I need fucking club-footed. I mean, I can do it with the fucking club-foot. Drunkard, maimed. Well, if I'm young, it doesn't really matter if I'm maimed. Well, actually, it's... Oh, whatever. Alright, I'll take gluttony, and I'll... Nah, slothful, fuck that shit. Yeah, I'll do diligent. That's just wrong. Let me see, let me try to like see one of these like cool new fucking traits. Raven always follows this character. Oh, that's badass. It's burns. Permanently scarred. That sounds... Diplomacy -4. That looks strong. Favored by Mother Royan, but like, isn't the Royan like... Where's the Royan? Maybe... I don't know. I don't know where the Royan is, so... But if I knew where the Royan was, and it was over there, that would probably take that. But like, otherwise, I don't know if this like breaks canon or whatever. Not that I care that much about canon, but like, I don't know. I mean, like, might as well, I guess. It doesn't really matter. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, it's not harming anything. Bear Cub? Nah. Valerian Steel Armor? Ah, shit. That sounds cool, but no. Wait, isn't it the same fucking thing? But like, hold on. Honestly, Brilliant Steel Sword sounds like a better deal. All I have to do is get 15. The armor, it just sounds cooler though. So it is a toss-up. A brown bear always follows his character? Bro. Nah, I'm taking that shit. Oh fuck, but I need to Ruthless. That sounds good to me. Rude. Let's figure Becker scale. Crippled. Dragon Rider? Bro, will I get a dragon? Ah, nah, not like that. I wonder what happens if you spawn at like H200 though. It's my personal combat skill. I don't know if I can see it. Cannibal. People have to know I'm a cannibal. Not fuck it. Why not? I'm a cannibal. Okay. And yeah, and I'm 17. 17-year-old cannibal. Fucking Lady Nindu Kuga of a shy. Fucking I'm a genius. No one's smarter than me, bro. Literal god, I'm 17. Somehow I've become, I don't know if I'm the Shatter Counselor of a shy or what, but I'm something. And I'm club-footed, so can't really walk. I don't know what, I don't really know what that is, really. I'm gluttonous. I love me that food, bro. And people who are also gluttonous will like me. I'm diligent. I'm beyond that ass, bro. A raven always follows me. I don't know why. It just happens. A brown bear also follows me. Dude, you know what a brown bear is like? Isn't a brown bear supposed to be like bigger than a grizzly bear? Like a brown bear is no joke. Okay, so a brown bear follows me. I guess this is a shy, so why not? I'm ruthless. I'm tearing them up. And following in with the ruthless thing, I also happen to be a cannibal. I don't have any sons or daughters. I want to be married though, which apparently takes 2 years. Now wait, hold on. Now I want to find my own fucking husband. Husbando. What should I invest in? What should I invest in? Okay, fuck the stewardship. Okay, well I can't go lower than 5 apparently. uh, intrigue. Intrigue and martial. Or learning. Alright, intrigue and learning. Yeah, why not? Yeah, just extremely min-maxed for some reason. I don't know why I decided to make my learning so high, but I'm hoping that like it helps me with magic. I think like a similar system was in the fucking Geheimnisnacht for Warhammer, so I'm hoping that I just want to do magic, man. I just want me that magic. Okay. Now it's actually gonna be kind of difficult for me to find husbando now because I'm old, so I'm married now. I don't know to who, but I'm married apparently. So I don't know how many years does this take? Oh, why not? Okay. I mean, it'll hold. Let's go. So I'm the Nigsumumumunumumu. I'm a shadow binder of a shy. I was born with a mask on my face. I wonder if my children are gonna have masks. I don't know. We'll see. But I was born with a mask. No one cared who I was until I put on a mask because I didn't exist because I was born with a mask. So really there was no time in which I put on the mask because I always had the mask on, so why does it sound like it started? Is this a glitch? Okay, it's good. You can start building a custom realm. I don't even know what that is. But sure, why not? Apparently, I don't know anything about Ashai. Apparently, Ashai is a merchant republic government. So I'm playing an Ashai shadow counselor, the Shadow Binders religion. Okay? I'm playing as a patrician within a merchant republic. Oh, playing as a patrician within a merchant republic is not entirely dissimilar from playing a feudal lord. You're still after more holdings and you need an heir of your family. However, leadership of the republic changes between 5 major patrician families through special elections. Patricians can also build a network of trade posts even in the counties of other powers. Okay. Close. Wait, this isn't even me. Who the fuck? Your courtier. Who the fuck is it to fight this nigga? I don't give a fuck about him. Unless he's my husband. Doesn't say so. So the Valyrian freehold has collapsed. Yeah, I know this shit. Yeah. Okay, character focus. Let's look at the diplomatic shit. Well, I want to take these niggas over, so maybe war. It depends. Do I have Casus Belli? Oh wait, these are ruins. Oh fuck. Oh shit. It kind of sucks. Hold on, I have to move. Hold on. Move this. Okay. Nordnergal of Kumirai. Who the fuck is this? Just some guy. Alright, can I take a shit? Slave raid? How about a slave takeover? As in, take these niggas' lands and then make them slaves. Wait, what? I have gases can't. What? I don't know. Okay, so maybe I can. Okay, Gloghan fucking Droy or whatever the fuck. Okay, I can force vassalism. Okay. So yeah, my focus is war. We're taking these niggas over. Alright? Force vassalized, nigga. Hold on, let me are my like armies? Yep, my armies are fine. It doesn't look like I can build retinues. My ships are just there. I'll fucking use that shit, so okay, special minor titles. Let me just prepare for war here. Designated regions. Who the fuck are these niggas? Who's like loyal? It doesn't really even matter, so. Designated hair. Bodyguard. Doesn't look like I can hire any more bodyguards. Food taster. Do I really? I don't need this. State Inquisitor. This guy. This guy. And this guy. High Judge. Shadow Counselor, whatever the fuck. Court Magi. Shadow Binder. Court Tutor. This guy. I don't know who the fuck this is, but whatever. Commander. Let me... Okay. These niggas are weak. Weak! Okay, let's find new niggas. Alright, they're not weak. Okay, well, we need to have them join court. And search all deploy range, blah blah blah. Okay, let's go. What? Everyone I know is weak. Alright. Well, I don't want a general that hates me, so. Well, I guess there are no other guys, so, I mean, sure, why not? Yo, come to my court, nigga. We got pasta. It's fine. Okay, can't hire anyone. Shadowbinder. Even though she doesn't even like me. She looks like Quaith. I thought, like, that shit was for the people from Karth. Why is she wearing the Quaith shit? I don't know. Was Quaith from Karth? Is that why she was called Quaith? Because Quaith sounds like Karth? Karth, Quaith, Quaith, Karth, Karth, Quaith, Karth? I don't know. That's arranged marriage between that guy about, well, she doesn't even have anyone, so fuck this. Okay, where's my son? Oh shit, it doesn't even have a mask. That's crazy. Okay. Nurgle. Yo, why? Is this like, is this deliberate? My husband is Utu, some random ass nigga. And he's a skill steward. He's shy. He's charitable. He's paranoid. He's wroth. He's very angry. I guess get angry with me, boy. I'll intrigue your ass. Talking about. Prospect a shy. What do you mean, dude? Don't I run a shy? Oh, okay. Oh, sure. Set crown focus and a shy. Pick a character. Wait, did I select Iron Man? I should have selected Iron Man, but I'm just gonna play Iron Man anyway. So even if I didn't select it. Okay. War. We're taking these niggas out. All right. Pick an ambition. Create a treasury. Make a friend. Become exalted among men. How much do I need for that? 2,000. Fuck that shit. Fall in love. So I have a 17-year-old husband. I have time for that shit. Once I have a daughter, have 5 children, become a higher lord, adopt a lifestyle. Don't I already have a lifestyle? Is this free prestige? Is this what they call free prestige? I don't know. Did I just fight myself? I don't know. Okay, I can hire. I can put up a new commander for Shy. There you go. Toddle on, sound good. Fuck. Okay. Court match. Wait, what? So, wait, what? That's probably fine. I was wondering, did I already hire a court magi? Okay, well, it's the same shadow binder. Okay. Retreat court physician. Let's close this. Convert to feudal realm. Do I get to be the king? I want to be the king. Or the queen. I want to be the queen. What's the benefit of like being feudal versus being a merchant republic? Do I become the king if I select this? Maybe I should. Fuck. Like, I don't know if to click this because I don't even know what it does really. Okay, form realm. Nah. Court physician. Okay. So now I can find a new guy. Fuck it, why not? What? It didn't even fucking work. Fuck. Okay, well, I don't have any plots, so is there anyone I can like kill that like doesn't like me? Who doesn't like me? My husband. We'll get him to like me. And my shadow binder. Well, I have any other shadow binders, so I can't kill her. I don't know. What should I do then? Kind of like, I'm gonna fuck this nigga. Savage, bro. Savage. Dude, you're just 17. Oh, right. He's just 17. Yeah, I should raise him to nobility. How much will it cost? 40? No, fuck that shit. I'm trying to win a war. Fuck that. Yeah, I'll just... I think, like, if you, like... Oh, never. Well, I mean, I think, like, if you, like... kidnap somebody and put them in your prison, you can visit their bedchamber. And I don't think they can refuse. But, I think I can get this guy to like me anyway, so that won't be necessary. By the way, I play this shit as a complete psychopath, so I would do that to fucking, because I'm trying to get more children so I can fucking spread the dynasty, because that's what CK2 is all about, spreading that dynasty. Okay, well, I don't need to revoke his title. Even though I pretty much gave it to him not even knowing who it was, but whatever. Okay, let's force vassalize this guy. Taking your shit, nigga. Dude, why didn't the aSoIaF think of this in the first place? I mean, in the regular timeline where I saw this shit, I don't know if they tried to do the shit in their revolts or what, but they could have done this shit. They could have forced vassalized these niggas, but they didn't. Okay, how am I gonna proceed with this? Oh, well, that went differently than expected. Okay. Well, are there only like 2 provinces here? I think I might really... Wait, it's just 1 province. Oh, that's why I could force vassalize them. Oh, okay. Oh wait, shit. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, let me gather up my niggas then. Because they just spawned their entire army just right there. Right in their 1 province. It's the first book ever, delivering Shuriken and Reconnaissance. Oh shit. My webcam stopped working. Oh fuck, I hate when this happens. Well, my webcam will stop working sometimes. Let me see. Okay. We're back. We're back. Toss back to aSoIaF and found silver. Okay. I don't know how that helps me, but whatever. I'm having this shit go too slow. Hello. Okay. Word Mushtel. Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is this? Okay, well, we're taking these niggas out as soon as we take those niggas out, because we have the army to take both of them out if we don't have to fight both of them at once. Unless they somehow get over there and support them, which they don't seem to be doing because AI is kind of dumb. Or whatever. Hey, what the fuck? There's a battle thing. Oh shit, there's another army. I don't even know where that came from. Shit. Defeat. Defeat. I will not accept defeat. Come on, Shulgi. We're taking these niggas out. Oh shit, they escaped. Okay, now we're taking y'all out. The Shadow Men are constant blight on our on your lands. Who the fuck are the Shadow Men? Oh no, those are. It's forever stepping out of line and encroaching into your territory with their raids. Damn you, raiders! Their most recent raid was more daring than usual. They ventured deeper into your lands and stole crops and materials from the peasants, captured many of the women, and even killed some guards. They must be taught a lesson. I cannot defend any peasant. We must slide this time. Or the best offense is a good defense. I'll personally attack against them. Yeah. Fucking. Yeah. Fuck these niggas. Oh shit, defeat. Ah shit. I lost. Well, that did not work out as like I thought it would. Well, let's hope that I kill these fucking Shadow Men, whoever the fuck those are. Apparently I can hire a High Admiral. Now everyone hates me. I think it's because I just hilariously lost a war within like a couple like days, weeks. I don't know. Let's get this just to CR. Doesn't matter. I'll just pick the guy with the highest stat because everyone hates me. So. Well, that was an accident. I didn't even get to read what it said. Your men approach the camp and all is silent until the screams of your troops as you charge, swiftly followed by the screams of your troops as the Shadow Men fell them well. Okay, well, seeing that all is lost, you order retreat if you lost this time, but the next time you shall be ready. And apparently, fuck. Did I die? No? Wait, what happened? In command is no longer affecting me because let's see what happened to me. What happened? I was wounded. Oh well. Okay. Here's the society. The Republic. I'm gonna increase my campaign funds, even though I'm definitely not gonna get it. Yeah, definite. definitely not going to get the shadow counselor position. This guy hates me. Not sure why. Yeah, I don't know how it got to 100, minus 100. That's so weird. It doesn't even look like all of that adds up to like negative 100. So, okay. Well, I don't know what to do now. I guess we just like live at peace and then hope that we can actually do something else that's cool before our time as a shadow counselor has come to an end. Your creature has given birth. That's great, it'll grow into a grand beast. What? What did I do? That's great. Unification of a shy. You are sat in your chambers one evening pondering to yourself about how to negotiate a complex trade deal when suddenly you hear repeated knocks at your door. You sigh and get up to open it only to see a servant with a note. You take the note and return to your chambers and open it to see that once again your shadowman neighbors have raided your territory once again. This time the filth from Sarabarai. Those savages just do not know their place. You are the lady of Ashai, and these wild tribesmen are nothing compared to you. Yet they do not realize this. Maybe you should thank them until all of the shadows under your rule as their leader and reign over them as a noble of Ashai should do. They would never come peacefully though. But it would be worth it to finally unify the region? The shadow men shall be subdued under my control, or no concern of mine. Fuck it. I mean, like, look, hard for me to be that invested when fucking I know that this fucking merchant republic bullshit means that I'm probably gonna get fucking stuck in fucking, I don't even know where the fuck I'm gonna get stuck in, like fucking the fucking saffron lands or whatever the fuck. So yeah, fuck these niggas. Alright, I'm gonna fucking fuck them up. I don't even know. Khabib. Fuck you, nigga. Okay? I don't know about no fucking Khabib. Who the fuck is that? Lord Homebob. My courtier. I don't give a fuck about you, nigga. Alright? This is such a trash fire. I just like, as soon as I started this, I immediately made my rule over Shy a complete trash fire. Probably because I got high as fuck. Okay. Military. Okay, I have nobody. Literally nobody wants to fight for me. Sad. Literal I have like 400 guys. How many do they have? Like, are these my allies? They don't look like my allies. And these niggas at 3,000. 3,000. This is like Macbeth. Just immediately everyone revolted against me because I lost one war. I don't even know why they hate me. The thing that even seemed to add up to like why they seem to hate me so much. I must have made my character autistic or something. I don't know, because like all of a sudden they're just attacking me. I don't leaders I guess like this is why they didn't try to attack the fucking these guys, the shadow people, because for some reason some of the lords of Rashai like the shadow people and will declare war against you if you declare war against them, which is fucked up. Yeah, I will teach him how to deal with his enemies. He has completely missed the point of my presence. He thought it was to scare him. Please. Weak. He does not have enough hatred. Troubling news. It's been like, well, I didn't even know there was a battle with Shy. Suddenly, like, most of it, like a third or like half of my guys are dead. My courtier Terhuth Adur has been captured. He's been bested in single combat by the enemy commander Shatatath and has been taken to the Saffron Lands as a prisoner. This is a setback. I mean, it's more than a setback. I think we're lost. We have 14 niggas. Like, I think it's over. Ships from the Republic have traveled far and wide in their relentless pursuit of trading opportunities. And as a result, the accuracy of your sailors' nautical charts has been improved. Coastal waters that were previously seen as treacherous can now be navigated in relative safety, shortening the time it takes to complete certain routes. Isn't this like a base game meme? Oh shit! 40 gold. Maybe I can hire a mercenary company. If any is big enough to actually fight these guys. Which, like, questionable already, but... Okay, maybe I don't have enough money to hire a mercenary company. Okay, it's 15 ships. Just niggas with ships. That's all I can buy. Okay. Well, I'm fucked. Surrender. Leave me alone, nigga. And now my fucking like 1-year-old child fucking is on the throne of the Saffron Lands, niggas. Lord Humbabab of the Saffron Lands, who I was just playing as. My mom, she's in prison. And I'm the fucking shadow counselor now. And I'm not playing as her anymore, even though she's still alive. Am I a genius? It doesn't look like I have any traits at all. Okay, do I even have any niggas to actually fight the actual war I wanted to fight in the first place? My mother has been thrown into oubliettes by her captor Lord Humbad of the Saffron Lands. She's being held in a dirty pitch black cell day and light with barely any food or water. Okay, well. Okay, we need to refill our entire... okay, we don't have anyone. No one likes us. Because... I didn't know the Shadow Men were this popular. Well, I didn't even know what the Shadow Men were. I just thought we could first vassalize these niggas. But I didn't know that, like, we had so much sympathy for the enemy, you know? And usually, I just, like... I don't know, I guess I just treat everyone like Vikings as a clear war. Out of anyone. Okay. And I can't. Okay, now. Wait, I'm not even. I'm not even the shadow counselor. The main shadow counselor. This guy's the shadow counselor of Ashai now. Counselor Kabid. Fuck this guy. Alright. Well, I don't have any niggas, so I guess you, Kabid, you're fucked. Well, I just fucked you. Or, I don't know if you fucked yourself. I don't even know. Like, did you even join the other guys? Were you on their side? I don't know. Pay ransom? Fuck that. Shit doesn't have any use to me. Who gives a shit? Sad. Dead. You should have won that war against the Shadow Man. Is that one battle? If that battle had gone just a little bit differently, we would have won the entire war. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. I didn't expect that many people to declare war on me once I tried to force vassalize those fucking the Egeye people, the Taigeye people. Express a desire to... Dude, you're asking a 1-year-old. Or I guess you're probably asking the regents. Fucking... Marry as you please. I'll give a fuck, nigga. You're my courtier. Why are you asking? Oh, right. I guess you're supposed to ask me. Oh. So. Recently, I've noticed the pitiful state of my father, Utu. I've just been informed that the cause of his aches and fatigue is a case of the flu. Call for a physician at once. Okay, I'm probably gonna wrap it up, because I'm kind of tired. So, one night, an unusual storm presses in the area. Distance black crust begin to soil. Winter is a tornado. I wonder. Not unconscious. Guess I should look around. I'm 1 year old. 2 years old. Just kind of a badass like sequence of events for a 2-year-old to be witnessing. One thing about the square, you notice the populace are all doors and they sing. So you decide to run, but what path do you take? The yellow one? Rush out of town without thinking, soon lost your bearings and first returned to the dwarf cane village and start over. Yes, the yellow one. Followed past for weeks. God damn. Along the way you met several strange people, but that's behind you. 2 years old. You made it to a green shack. As you approach the door, it opens, an old man appears in a funny hat. Before you react, the old man whacks you in the head. God damn, nigga, that's for 2-year-olds. Whacks you in the head with a club. The world shuts off. That hurt. Just that hurt? You said the world shut off. Because you're unconscious? I don't know. You wake to screams, your conscience surrounds you. It seems you fall unconscious and smack your head on the court floor. Was it a dream? You were there and you... A lunatic. Better keep it to myself. Cause... I don't want to bother that lunatic shit at like 2 years old. So... Anyways... Thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate your